Right, so my name is Sue Parcell. I have been with Tourism New Zealand nearly 11 years now. I've only just recently celebrated my 10-year anniversary, mainly because Auckland went into our lockdowns and I refused to have a celebration when I couldn't have more than 10 people there. So I kind of jumped from 10 to 11 really rapidly. Prior to that I was in industry, so I was with Intercity for 3 years and Tourism Holdings for 5. And prior to that, Colmar Brunton with market research. So I've kind of been around the industry for quite a while. It's a very, very big passion of mine. I love what we do. I love our industry and what we give back to the country and the world. So we recently have just completed a new statement of intent. So that's our 4-year plan going forward that we submit to the government and say this is what we intend to do. It was delayed a year because of COVID, and that gave us a chance to sit there and go, what do we now know? There's some things we still don't know. Things are changing all the time, and that will continue to happen for quite some time. It has built on the approach of 4 years ago, so we haven't thrown everything out. The industry is still a fantastic industry. It will recover. What is true to this industry pre-COVID is going to be true to the industry going forward, but things will be different. One of the biggest changes is we now refer to high quality visitors throughout our statement of intent. Previously we always talked about value over volume and a high value visitor, but the second we talk about value and high value visitors, people immediately leap to it's a premium visitor who helicopters around and goes to lodges. Yes, we do want people who helicopter and go to lodges and spend a lot of money, but more importantly, we want people who connect in with what's important to New Zealand. So it's not defined purely by economic benefit, and it's a broader range than that. So going to more regions, coming in different times of the year, but people who absolutely buy into the characteristics that we see as very important to New Zealand. So supporting what makes New Zealand special to New Zealanders. Excuse me. So this is our commitment to New Zealand. So, and it kind of is a bit of an obvious statement, really. You sit there and go, New Zealand is enriched through the contribution of tourism. And no one would want an industry that does not enrich the country. We're not here to make the country in a worse position. So it's kind of slightly obvious, but I think one of the things that has changed in the current context is rather than just looking at what tourism adds, we're also looking at the costs of tourism, and that's something that's come through quite strongly. So it doesn't take away from all the good stuff that we do and how we give back, but we also need to have a look at some of the impacts of tourism and balance that out. So previously the big focus was on economy and it became increasingly on nature. We're now putting a lot more emphasis around culture and society as well. So these 4 capitals are adapted from Treasury's living standards, and then we have nuanced them for tourism and for Tourism New Zealand in particular. And as I say, emphasising a greater focus on society and culture in particular. But we have to have economic drivers that actually make the industry worthwhile as well. And we need to have an industry that young people want to come into and see it as a great industry and want to be employed and make careers out of it. And we have to protect what's special about New Zealand. So all of the capitals are important. None of them is more important than the other, and it is taking a more holistic view. So our role as Tourism New Zealand has always been focus on demand. That was our job previously. Our job used to be done once we filled those planes, put people on the planes, got them to New Zealand, then we handed them across to you and said, knock yourselves out, you go and deliver on our promise. And I think that's something that's kind of changed. We have to match supply and demand. It's got to be connected to make sure that we come out with the best outcomes. So that's something that has kind of changed a little bit as we've gone through. And as I said, and as you saw in our little opening video, we used to be all about international. Our whole focus was the international market, getting people here, and the domestic was left to RTOs, individual operators, Kiwis knowing their own country. International was still really, really important, but the high level of uncertainty is going to continue for a while. This short-term problem is a long-term problem, and we're not through it yet, and we have not got all the answers. I would say the biggest question we get at any conference that we turn up to, any speaking engagement we turn up to, and no one's going to ask me this now, but I always get asked, when are the borders going to open? I don't know. My guess is as good as yours, but you know, it's something that we've kind of got to live with for a while. We just don't know when the borders are going to open, and our Australian GM refers to the Australian borders as the bumpy borders, because you know, as we're seeing, they can open, they can close, they can change, and that's just what things are like at the moment. So for us, what is really important is keeping the brand alive, and that works really key. So we still need a really, really strong New Zealand brand, because we want visitors to remember New Zealand, and when borders do open, to be here, that they want to come to. And it also actually helps other industries too. Our brand work that we do is the hero brand for a lot of our export industries. So, you know, when they're seeing other New Zealand products offshore, it's often because they've either been to New Zealand and they've loved it and it's got a special place in their heart, so they're always going to support New Zealand, or they've got that dream to come to New Zealand and they want to purchase a little bit of New Zealand while they can't actually get here. So that's absolutely key for us, is that we do keep that brand work alive. And at the moment, you've got to be really careful around the messaging on what you do, because we did the messages to the world, and that was a way of sitting there going, because a lot of countries haven't had the same COVID experience that we have, and they've done it really, really, really tough. So us sitting here, going out into our rugby stadiums, personally, into my rugby stadiums, watching the Blues win, with, whoops, wrong crowd for that comment, I guess. So, you know, we've had it pretty good, and if we sit there and show lots of images of lots of New Zealanders hugging each other in crowds, high-fiving when other countries are on lockdown, it just comes across as tone deaf. And so we have to be very conscious about what sort of message we give at the right time to the right people. But we can't go dark either, because if we go dark, every other destination in the world is out there saying, we would look forward to welcoming you back. And so trying to get that point of difference is really quite key. But when borders do open, it will probably take time and it will be unpredictable. And we've seen that with Australia. And the borders open, first people on the planes, it was visiting family and friends. It was meeting that grandchild they've never got to meet. It was seeing their mother that they haven't seen. That was the really, really key thing. It was that interactions with the people and the important people in their lives. And we think that will be the same for a lot of the other countries as well. And the other thing is if borders open, close, it will make people a little bit nervous about booking a long way out. And the other watch out for us as a country is if we're not the first country to open our borders, which would be the expectation, that there'll be that pent-up demand, but if New Zealand is still closed, that pent-up demand might go elsewhere, because we will not be the only country that people will want to visit. But what is going to be really important is the aviation links. So that will help drive what our recovery looks like and what routes will return to New Zealand. That will shape some of our visitor profile coming back, and at what frequency. So if they come back daily, fantastic. If it's once a week, it's a lot harder for people to make their holidays work around that sort of thing. So aviation is really, really important, and not only for us but for the export industries as well. So we will be keeping a really close eye on all of that. Domestic. So domestic, it was not in our mandate 15 months ago. We had, our mandate was purely to maximise the contribution of international visitors. So when we got asked, would we want to step into domestic, we went, absolutely, and we stepped into it really fast. So you think 15 months ago, we did not have a domestic team, we did nothing domestic-wise, and we pulled together a team very rapidly and got out there, and I hope there's no one in the room that has not seen Do Something New in New Zealand. They're probably heartily sick of it by now, but we put that there to try and encourage New Zealanders to not just go to the batch that they go to every summer holidays, not to do the same things, but to get out there and actually experience our country. And this has actually been one of the nice things from COVID for Tourism New Zealand. It has meant that we have worked a lot more closely with our industry, with our operators and with our RTOs, and that has actually been a really, really big positive for us. So we would love to stay in domestic, keep doing that work, and there will be some sort of balance, but the likelihood is domestic is a foundation market. It's a big percentage of your visitors normally, and it always will be. But we think that there's a really big part to play in getting New Zealanders to fall in love with their country, and then they will also tell their international friends and family about what a fantastic place it is, and when they come over, get them out visiting and experiencing all sorts of things. So we do firmly believe this is a great place to be. You may now be seeing us do recharge seasons, so we're moving on. We've lost the terminology shoulder seasons, we're on to recharge seasons now, and that's getting Kiwis out there actively resting and relaxing. So rather than fly and flop over on the Gold Coast, stay in New Zealand, get on the bikes, go skiing, get on our walkways, just experience New Zealand. So there is a risk, and one of the reasons that we really want to stay working in the domestic space is because we have seen a difference, we have seen the returns on it, but we also think there is a risk that when international borders do start opening, that Kiwis will jump on planes and leave. And as I said, it could be a bit patchy with the international coming back, so we don't want more New Zealanders leaving to go on their holidays than we've got international coming in. So we need to keep the pressure on our domestic visitors as well. And you've seen that with Australia. So Australia has a different setup than us. So they have Tourism Australia, and then each of their states have very significant budgets as well. So we're kind of getting bombarded with go to Tasmania, go to Queensland, visit Australia. So we're counteracting that with having stay in New Zealand, do something new, recharge season, and we'll continue to do that. But we do need to continue to adapt. There will be different scenarios, things will change. I'm going to talk a bit about Australia shortly, but we operate a traffic light system, very simple, red, orange, green. And at the moment we've got a red for Victoria because they can't travel here, so we switch off our paid advertising there, keeping it on in every one of the other states, and we just sit there and we adapt. So we go, what's the situation there, because you can't sit there and go, welcome, come to New Zealand, when they can't get on a plane. That's the reality of it, and we've just got to be very, very clear about that. So we are encouraging Kiwis to be a bit more experimental, to go and see some new places. And the other really good thing about doing that is Kiwis become very, very proud of our country, and we are seeing more of that. And it's balanced by we actually like our country to ourselves and we like going on these experiences ourselves, but it will balance out again And it will get to the stage of those experiences that they have had will encourage them to tell other people about what a great country we have. So simple concept, do something new New Zealand, but one that has actually landed very, very well. So what is next? So we are still going to build on our brand. We're still committed to doing that work. We still want visitors to choose New Zealand when they're able, but we need to find really, really effective and efficient ways to engage with the right audiences at the right time with the right messaging. So we were in the middle of Good Morning World when COVID hit, and we had to stop doing that because it was everyday New Zealanders and a lot of operators showing the world how they started the day in New Zealand and encouraging them to come over and join us for that start of the day. That messaging was just not right for that time. So we will continue to find ways that we can go out to the world, and again with Australia I'll show an example a bit later on how we've done that. But there's lots of opportunities that we can showcase New Zealand, what's important to us, what are our values, and tell the story and the brand of New Zealand that way. So a lot more subtlety in coming through in the messaging than we've probably had in the past. Insights will be really, really key. Things have changed. Attitudes will be different. The way our visitors want to experience the country will be different. Have I or the team at Tourism New Zealand got the answers to exactly what those differences are? No, because things will continue to change. So we will continue to do a lot of research to find out what those differences are. So will people want to jump in mass tourism experiences? Gut feel kind of says probably not. Probably want to do things in smaller groups, get out and enjoy open spaces, get with nature, reconnect to what's really important to people. But at this stage, that's a gut feel, pretty sensible gut feel you'd think, but we will do the research as we continue to do to monitor that and see what's different, what's changed, what sort of products do people want. Is it small groups? Is it shorter experiences? Is it a longer experience? We just don't know. We're seeing a bit of it with New Zealand even. If you've gone out on the Otago Rail Trail lately, you see all the generations together. So there's grandparents, the parents and the kids all travelling together, which is really nice. Is that going to be the same for international family groups coming over here wanting to travel and experience together? So it's a unique way to form a very special lifetime memory of the whole family together. Is that something we're going to see? Or is there going to be a bit of nervousness about, I don't want my children travelling at this stage until I'm completely confident that COVID is a thing of the past and I don't need to risk? We just don't have all those answers at the moment, but we will continue to come out and talk to you about what the insights are telling us, what the facts are telling us. And that's the really good thing with all our international markets, is we've got offices in all our key markets and they talk to us about what they're hearing, what they're seeing, what their agents are telling them that's really, really important to them. So we'll keep talking to you about that. Australia, I'm just going to come on to very, very shortly. I know I've probably said that about 3 times now, but I will talk about Australia. But we will keep doing domestic. It has been a really good thing. I think it's great that everyone's working more closely together. We've generally been a pretty fragmented industry, and one of the best ways that we will get through this is by working together and building off each other's strengths and helping each other and sharing information. So I promise, now going to talk about Australia. So with Australia, we could kind of move from the dreaming phase or the brand awareness phase into conversion. So here we've taken the approach, and Australia's quite a unique market for us because they're kind of a bit more like us. We can be a little bit more cheeky with them, we can use a bit more of our language with them, and we can we can make a bit of fun. And you've seen the ad that they've got here at the moment, and they're kind of making a bit of fun of us, saying that we think we're first with all of these. So that's kind of a reciprocal deal with them at the moment. We can be a little bit more relaxed with them. So, but what we're messaging out there is stop dreaming about New Zealand and go. Have any of you actually seen this ad? Yeah. Yeah, you can YouTube it. I was going to show it, but I thought quite a few of you might have actually seen it. But it's a concept of it. There's our little hairy Australian friend sitting there in the back. That's his dream beard there, and this is his Kiwi host who comes to him in his dream and says basically stop dreaming about New Zealand, and then takes him through a number of scenarios in his dream. And there's a giant kiwi in his dream as well. It takes them through various experiences, and then at the end of it, the Australian chap says, I don't want this dream to end. And the kiwi very cheekily kind of turns around and goes, well, don't buy a ticket then. and off he hopefully comes. So it's a way of being able to engage. But the whole point around this campaign is to get them from moving from just thinking about it to actually come, because they can come. So that's quite a nice little difference for us. But for every one of our markets, we are ready to turn on and change to conversion work. So we're not sitting there waiting for markets to open. We're doing all the work, keeping everything ready, so we could turn this on really fast. So we know markets will open. We know at that point we need to go fast because everyone else will go fast too. And most other countries, virtually every other country, has a much bigger budget than us. So we do want to make sure that we're ready, geared up, and off we go. And through this, oops, there she goes. That's what happens when you lean on it. So we want to divide up the relevant experiences to the right audiences. And the interesting thing about domestic work was initially everyone thought Kiwis was the bucket, and Australians are the same. There's different Australians who like different experiences. So we've got these two main mindsets, if you like, that we're serving up to. So we've got the relevant experience to the right audience. So the ones who want a bit more adventure, a bit more wild or unique experiences, versus the ones that are sitting there going, I'm a bit more conventional. I want something that's new, but I kind of want to connect in with culture. I want the food and beverage experience, and I want it to feel really authentic. So those are kind of our two main target audiences that we're going for. One of the things with Australia is, so the border's open. We did not go out there on day one because we thought, rightly, that the first planes will be filled up with family and friends. They will come regardless. We do have fixed budgets. We've got to be careful on where we target it. So we purposely held off, and we went out a few weeks ago now. But we waited until those first planes had gone, and then we said, right, let's go, and let's go really, really hard. But one of the really key things is we did not want to be really, really heavy-handed. As I said, the tone is really important with Australia, kind of our sibling rivalry, so we can joke, we can kind of be a bit more quirky, and we've got to be really subtle with that language and how we deliver that message. But we are hearing really good things about them wanting to come here for ski, so hopefully we have lots of snow, and they will particularly be in this part of the world. And this is the simple consumer journey that we went through in Australia, and you may kind of sit there and feel this is a little bit of a repeat on domestic, and to be fair, it probably is. In Australia, our budgets enable us to do this sort of blanket hit, if you like. And this is what we did with Do Something New Zealand. So TV, connected TV or cinema. So we've got 90, 60, 30 and 15-second ads. And so they'll absolutely blitz them through TV. Most countries in the world, we can't afford to do TV. We just do not have the budgets that will enable us to do that. Australia we can, New Zealand we can. And then when they leave home to go to work, then they get hit by all of the out of home advertising. So that's your billboards at your railway stations, your bus stops, basically everything that we can buy up, we buy up, so that they constantly reinforce the second that they go out there with stop dreaming about New Zealand and go. Then we also partner with other media outlets. So in New Zealand you want to send it through Stuff in particular. So every time that they go online to see the papers, hey, stop dreaming about New Zealand and go. It's there in their face coming back again. And we've also brought up radio time, so with the 30-second audio, and then through YouTube, retargeting interested audiences. And the really key piece here and what we can do with Australia is we then retarget with the demand activity. So that's when we partner with the likes of Air New Zealand, Flight Centre, Qantas, anyone who will do the deal to make them actually pay the money, convert, come over. So it's important that that's at the end of it, so it makes it really easy. They're dreaming about New Zealand and they go, deal, let's go. Also working with the RTOs on this piece as well, so we can make sure that we mirror that and they can dovetail into the end of what we're doing with the overarching work. So I've spoken a fair bit about the demand side and what we do there. Now I just wanted to talk a bit about the supply side and how we are working there. So one of the things that we did when COVID first hit is we got on the phone to all our Qualmark operators and said to them, okay, what's happening? Tell us what's on your mind, what are you thinking? And we were able to feed that information back to MB and to our minister and say, look, this is what's on people's minds, this is where they need help. And from that we got some funding through to help with tourism business support. So we've had over 17,000 operators that have come through our tourism business support. The first two phases we did were, the first one was basically around business survival. How do I hibernate? What are my cash flows looking like? How do I prepare a conversation with the bank? What do I need to think about in order to survive? And that was done pretty fast, pretty early on. And one of the key things that came out of that piece of work was we need some more help with digital capability. So we've been running a program with a number of consultants helping us on that, and what that does is we have a workshop so you can hear about all the different digital capability inputs or training or knowledge that you should have, and then they do a one-on-one with each operator to say, okay, this is where you're at. They do a website audit, they have a look at your search engine optimization, and then they'll come up with a bit of advice around this is what we think we should do, and then we've been able to help fund some of those things and actually get them implemented, which has been one of the really good things, is seeing the implementation and seeing really good things happening. And in particular, where it was really valuable is where their operations were towards international and they didn't know how to reach domestic audiences, because a lot had just relied on, rightly, that's all they needed to do. All the business came through from inbound operators, they turned up, they were there, and then all of a sudden they didn't have that market and New Zealanders didn't know they existed. And we have some really fantastic operators out there that were purely at the international market. New Zealanders didn't know about it, so this was a really nice way to help them gear up their websites, change it. Some of it was teaching about how to do Facebook campaigns, social media campaigns, So that's been really, really well received, and we do hope to extend that going forward. And those were open to all operators. The one that we've just launched recently, probably only, I think we've just had the first workshop, is around employment legal advice. So again, we're trying to help with practical implementation. This one is just open to Qualmark operators because it's Qualmark who's funding it rather than funding through MB. And what this one is, again, we'll run a workshop to make them aware of, or it's more from a webinar to make them aware of different employment issues that they should be aware of. Then they make available some templates to help them, and then they'll do a one-on-one. And we are paying for that. So paying for a lawyer to talk about your business, maybe that's not cheap. But one of the things, because we've seen employment contracts change, we've seen operations change, and you do need to be aware that there are implications of changing people's contracts and setting them up in the right way, that when we can gear up, then you don't do something unintentionally wrong that can come back to haunt you. So I do encourage you to make the most of that. Qualmark. So how many Qualmark operators have I got in the room? Oh, awesome. We're free, and we're continuing to be free. So we will remain at free membership until our 3 core markets are all open. So Australia, China, US, and we'll keep the free fees until all 3, because some operators depend on China, some depend on America, some on Australia, and so we want it to be a fair playing field. And we're quite aware that Qualmark fees would have been one invoice that you didn't really need during this time, and we would rather that we kept you in the camp, we kept talking to you, and we can keep that two-way conversation and keep assisting. If you're not a Qualmark operator at the moment, it's free. We can have an assessor go out there and talk to you. There's no, if you have a free period, you must sign up with us afterwards. If you depart at the end of it, that's absolutely your choice. But we would rather that you came and worked, and we could help you, we could share insights, and we could work together on it. So I would strongly encourage everyone who is not a Qualmark member to talk to us and to come along on the journey. So other ways to help your businesses. So how many of you are on newzealand.com? Awesome. Anyone who is not on newzealand.com, please get on there. Honestly, this is, when the Australian borders open, we had massive hits overnight, absolutely massive. It was just like a light went on. We don't charge you commission. We refer, if they look on your listing, we send them off to you. There is no commission on that. That's completely free. It costs nothing to be on the website. If you are Qualmark, you do get a priority listing, so gold, silver, bronze, and then non-Qualmark members. But I really encourage everyone to be on this. If you were on the international site before we opened domestic, you immediately got transferred across to domestic. Now you just need to keep an eye on both if you come up through late, but we've got people in our team who will help you with that. So if you get onto the tourism business database, one, you'll keep in contact with us, but two, that listing on newzealand.com, it really is important. And if you have got deals and things that you want to put out there to the domestic market, it will just get served up to the domestic market. Again, keep that up to date, keep that relevant, because this is a site that gets a lot of traffic. It's the first thing people Google New Zealand. Here, we're there. It's a very, very big site, and it costs nothing to join. So we will continue to engage with you, and as I said, the importance of getting on that database is that we can do that. So we've got a series of roadshows coming up. The Queenstown Roadshow is on the 28th of June, so I'd encourage you all to sign up for that and come along. But if you are signed up, you'll hear about all the roadshows we do, you'll hear about our webinars, you'll get the tourism news, and it's quite a key way to keep up to date with what's happening, what's going on. And we really need to change that slide because that's our old CE, who's now down here. So enriching Aotearoa. So what does the new tourism sector look like? I've spoken that it's going to look a bit different, but what does that different really mean? So we are looking at, as I talked about earlier, visitor value across the 4 capitals. So a really key part of that is across all regions in all seasons. We still need to make sure that we grow back in a way that feels right for the country, right for New Zealanders, and looking at a way that our visitors do engage with our community, our environment and our culture. So none of that is going to change. But the other key thing that is going to be a bit different is that the visitor values and their expectations line up with what New Zealand has to offer. So that's where that piece of insights is going to come in and be really, really important for us. And listening to what New Zealanders want from tourism. So sustainability is a key part of that. This little table graph that I've got here is the one that we're looking at for Tourism New Zealand ourselves. But tourism that needs to take account of its current and future economic, social, environmental impacts. So that's when I talked about we can't just look at the value that tourism adds, we also need to look at the cost. But we also need to address the needs of the visitor, the industry, the environment and the host community. So that voice of the visitor there in the little circle at the top there, that's going to be really important. But sustainability, it needs to align to the organisation's purpose, its strategy and the business model. So it's got to be very authentic in the way that you operate and the way that you do business. Otherwise it comes across as greenwashing. So it's got to be important, and you know, we do want to leave the country in a better place for future generations. We do want to protect what's great about New Zealand and what's great about the environment. If we embed it in our strategy, then the next thing is to set the business goals and the evidence-based targets. You need to have targets, and if you're not measuring then and not having those targets, you just don't improve. And it becomes a little circle going around of continuous improvement. So we plan, we get the practices in place, and then it's also about engaging with others, engaging with the industry. So that's particularly for us. We are doing work to find out what does the visitor actually want, and it's quite a tricky one. It is quite a tricky one. So there's some of the ways that we look at it from a Tourism New Zealand point of view and what we do to tackle sustainability: market mix. So making sure that we don't just go to one particular market. We try and spread that as much as we can. The digital leadership. And data-driven insights to actually decide what we're going to deliver, talk to you about what people want, what is the product that they're really looking for to make that deep connection. We'll look at visitor behaviour, and in particular around te aki. But we need the industry to recover. That's the most sustainable thing we can do, is get back to being a vibrant industry again. And of course we can never forget our natural environment. So this is the carbon journey that we at Tourism New Zealand are on, and along with, I'm sure, a lot of others. But the first starting point is around measuring, because if we don't measure and work out where are the biggest areas that we've got the carbon issues, and what can we do about it? So that's kind of got to be the start point. It's easy to sit there and jump to, I'm going to plant a tree, which is great. We want to plant trees, but we need to actually understand what our carbon footprint's made up of. So we are a long haul destination. We have long flights. and we can't change that. It's still the most practical way for people to get to New Zealand are on those flights. Planes have become more efficient, but pre-COVID, those efficiencies were being offset by the increase in demand. So we were getting in a worse position from that, and we started to see the likes of a bit of flight shaming coming through. Will that be the same post-COVID? Don't know. There's a few things I don't know, isn't there? But we just don't know. But we're seeing in Europe in particular with governments sitting there saying no short flights. You know, if you can get a fast train, get a fast train. And when they were bailing out some airlines, they were bringing back in rules around what those airlines needed to do to help with sustainability. But we are a long-haul destination and people need to get on flights to come here. And as a country, we need flights to get our freight and our export goods out there as well. So it is an important thing. But the way to start on the carbon journey is start by measuring, start by understanding where the biggest issues are, and then we can start to say, well, what can we do better? The first way is to then reduce the carbon footprint that we're leaving behind. Reduce, eliminate is better than offsetting. Offsetting's good, that's great, but if we can reduce it and eliminate it, that's even better. So start on the journey. It will become more and more important. Visitors will expect it. It won't be something that we'll be able to ignore forever. So focusing on the future. Leaping around on my slides. So as I said, with Qualmark is our arm at Tourism New Zealand that has the connection with every operator. It is that one-on-one relationship. It is really important. We do want that one-on-one relationship to continue, so I really do encourage anyone who's not with Qualmark to get on board. So we are continuing those free fees. When those 3 borders open up again, the core markets I talked about, we are not going to go from 0 to full charge. Promise. You can all quote me on that one. We will bring it in gradually. We will work with you, because as we know, the second that the borders open doesn't mean that we're going back to what it was like before. So we will work with you to make sure that that is a gradual and as painless process as possible. Because we do want to work on capability building. So if there are things that we can help you with, talk to us. We would like to spend the next 12 months at least, as where the industry continues to recover, working with you, and in any way we can help. So the HR, the employment law one, that came about because an operator said to us they couldn't afford the legal fees and they were struggling to know what they could do to change their contracts, and that's how that one started. So do talk to us, and we're happy to add other programs that will make a difference to you. So do talk to us. And we will definitely come and talk to you about visitor expectations and what we're understanding and what we're seeing is going to change. But the other really important piece is retelling Kiwis the story about tourism and why it's good. Telling New Zealanders that tourism is the #1 export earner kind of means not that much if you're not in the industry. It didn't to an average everyday Kiwi. If we're #1 or #2, do they really care? Does it mean that much to them? Particularly because a lot of the rest of the country hasn't been badly hit by COVID. The industry's been really badly hit by COVID. In some places, not so. It's even been patchy within our industry. So they're sitting there going, I love having this country to myself. I love the discounts I'm getting. I love that I can go out to Roy's Peak and be the only person there doing my star. You know, they're loving that. And so we need to start telling that story about if we did not have the industry, there would be a lot of other things that they would not have as well. Because we do want Kiwis to welcome visitors back. And it's a key part of our offering. It's part of what makes us unique and what makes us special, and we do want that. So COVID Clean approved. So this is an initiative from Qualmark. What we heard from our offshore markets was real nervousness around travelling, and is it going to be safe? What's the country doing to make sure that when they can travel, that it's okay for them to travel? We kind of said to our markets, we're COVID free, what do you mean? We're sweet, they don't need anything. And they just went, no, look again. So that started us on quite a big journey of finding out what's happening in the rest of the world and what they're doing. And if you do want to have a bit of spare time and have a look at something, Google some American airlines on their COVID clean. They've got whole videos on what they're doing around flights and making sure it's safe. So we went out there and said, okay, it's time we did some work around this. So we talked to a lot of different NTOs, including Australia, to try and make sure we were a bit consistent with their approach. We talked to WTTC, and we've got their stamp of approval, Ministry of Health, WorkSafe, a lot of work around what we need to do to ensure that we are clean, COVID clean. So from the 15th of June, you are actually the first group we've gone out and told the exact date to. So 15th of June, this website will be live. So if you go onto Qualmark, if you're a Qualmark member, and it will be a self-assessment initially, going through declaring these are the different things that you do to be COVID clean. And then at the end of it, it will say, great, you're done enough to pass the standard, and you can start using those logos. And we do have a certificate that we will also issue out to all our COVID clean approved Qualmark members that they can display as well. If you do not pass all of the criteria, then you'll get a report that will say these are the things that you need to work on and need to do differently. So initially it is a self-assessment, but when you have your annual assessment, when your tourism business advisor comes through, they will be verifying it, because we do need to make sure it's robust. But we did not want 2,100 operators saying, can you come and assess us for our COVID clean next week because you're live? So we had to kind of phase that approach. But that's going to be really key. And as soon as you pass COVID clean approved from the self-assessment, on the Tourism New Zealand website, there will be a tick COVID clean approved next to your listing. Can't encourage you enough to do that. As I say, Qualmark is free. If you're not Qualmark member, there is information on what you can do to get Qualmarked, so then you can apply for this, because international visitors in particular will really be looking for this. 100% Pure New Zealand Experience Award. So we went out with these, I'm going to go 2.5 years ago. We had our very first 100% Pure Experience Awards, and what we wanted to do here was, out of our 2,100 Qualmark members, 486 are gold, and we wanted to showcase the best of the best, to come up with some really good stories to share with other operators, to share with New Zealand, to create PR stories offshore. So we created this cream of the crop. They had to be gold members to enter, and we made it around the natural environment, sustainability, and what they were doing above and beyond what you would expect from a tourism operator. So last year we did not think it was the right time to come out with awards. We didn't think we would get anyone going into them, but we are coming back again this year. So we actually have a webinar tomorrow to launch these, which is not going to work for you guys, but it will be recorded and will be on the Qualmark website. We have Richie McCaw as our ambassador. We've got Air New Zealand as our partner still. But this year the theme is around, so moving on from our 4 capitals, this year it is around aroha for the community and the people. So we've heard a lot of really great stories about, it's been a terrible year for the industry and really hard, but operators have still gone above and beyond to help the wider circle, to help their communities, to help their people. And so those are the sorts of stories we're looking at. We've got a media partner coming on board as well. So then it's a really nice way we can go back out to New Zealanders and go, the industry's more than getting people to pay to come through the door to experience our products. It is a way that we give back to the community. And the reason that we got Richie on board to do this is through Christchurch Helicopters. They do a lot of emergency work with fighting fires or rescuing and things like that, so they'll always get their helicopters out to help when required, and they also do a lot of work with dogs. So it was something that was very much in his heart. So sorry you can't be at the webinar tomorrow, but it has been recorded and you will be able to get some more information about it. The website is up for this. If you're a gold Qualmark member, again, strongly encourage you to do enter these awards. We have got the awards ceremony will be in Christchurch on the 28th of June. July, 28th of July. There will be a few people in my team who, if they heard me say that, would be freaking out about now. 28th of July. Right, and just wanted to talk a little bit about Te Aki. So Te Aki was set up primarily to target international visitors when we were seeing some behaviour that didn't sit well with Kiwis. So Te Aki, Care for New Zealand, and it was guiding principles for visitors to follow. Visitors don't come here wanting to do the wrong thing, and this is a way of encouraging them to do the right thing by educating them in a nice way. You didn't want them coming off the plane and us coming up with a list of don't do this, don't do that. And this was a way of gently, nicely putting that message out there, demonstrate how they can help protect and preserve and get a better experience out of New Zealand as well. It has become more New Zealand focused as well, so it's not just geared at international. One of the perceptions was, and one of the Te Aki symbols was around safer driving and encouraging visitors when they arrived just to take some time, rest, learn the road rules, know what to do before. Don't get off a long haul flight and jump in a car and drive the length of the country. And because the perception was very much with New Zealanders that it was international visitors causing all the accidents. The stats don't support that. Kiwis cause accidents too. Our road toll has not gone down when we've had no international visitors. It's not to say the message is wrong, but it just sunk in home that the message should be to New Zealanders as well as international. So we are having quite a big focus on this because we do see it as it's a really good time to get that message home to New Zealanders. So we want all Kiwis being able to talk to Te Aki. So it's more than a t-shirt. If anyone went to Trends, we even got a Te Aki t-shirt on Hilary Barry, so that was a bit of a win. But you know, we do want New Zealanders to understand this message, and it's a really nice way to be able to greet back visitors into the country as well. So what are we concentrating on for 2021 with Te Aki? Getting that understanding, that's got to be the first thing. It still has quite a low awareness in the country. You know, whenever I go to an airport, you can't help but miss it, but it's still the insights that we've done, the research says it's still not widely acknowledged and known. So around the reframing and just getting those conversations so that people actually know what it means and why we're doing it, and in particular bringing through our values. But the way that we are using it is in welcoming back visitors, because it's a delicate balance, particularly with Australia. So we did it with Australia with welcoming back, because you can see the little Te Aki sign there down the side, and that's actually two of our staff. We had one of our Australian staff on the first flight coming over, and that photo was picked up and beamed all around the UK. That was BBC coverage, I think, was one of them. So they became quite well known on that, well, world famous in Tourism New Zealand. But Te Aki was a really nice way to have that whānau welcome message, and we did not need to do a lot of marketing on this because this message went right around the world. We were one of the first country to do that. It's not supposed to be called a bubble, but a bubble, and we could show the importance of interaction and people reconnecting. And we did that without having a 100% pure New Zealand message there, but by doing that Te Aki message. And some of you may have seen the welcome whānau at the Wellington airport. Again, it was just a really subtle way of saying, it's great to have everyone back, it's great to have connection, our values are at the heart of what we do, and we could go out to the rest of the world and go, this is really important to New Zealand and to New Zealanders, connecting in with people, connecting in with our place, welcoming people back home and as part of our family. And that was just a really nice, subtle way that we could do that without kind of going to the rest of the world and going, look at us, we can travel. So with that, I'm amazed I've kept to time. I'm kind of known for burbling a little bit. So I have got some time, I think, for some questions.
We have some questions for Sue. We've got a little bit of time left over, so we'll open it up to the audience if you've got anything that you want to ask.
Gosh, this is going to be a nice, easy question session.
I'll start, because you didn't want us to ask this question, but it is about when the borders were open.
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Surely there's got to be some sense of how things are going to go with the rollout of the vaccine and what the end point is. You're not getting any real indication about what is the plan based on how, when New Zealand's vaccinated. Nothing.
No, we read the media and listen as you guys do. We do not have a direct line to extra information on that. So yeah, who knows? Yeah, we have no idea on the borders.
But isn't I suppose you're not TIA, so TIA are really the ones to talk to about advocating for some of that information to come back through.
Yeah, and I think that those conversations happen. So, you know, give us some guidance on what's the percentage of New Zealanders that need to be vaccinated, or the percentage of different markets that need to be vaccinated. But we don't get that information. I wish I had a nice big crystal ball on that one. It would make life a bit easier, but nothing.
Have you got collated data and insights on Australians planning on coming over in the next 3-6 months? Sort of, have you collated airline data or forward bookings or anything like that?
We do look at forward bookings, and I don't have that information with me now. Would suggest you look on newzealand.com, and I can get some of that for you. So yes, we do look at forward bookings. We also talk to as many RTOs as we can to gather some data on that sort of stuff. So we're seeing a bit of a pick-up for ski, in particular around here, but the lead times are getting shorter as well. That's the other. It's just making it a bit trickier to go further out. But we do talk to airlines too around what they're seeing. But yeah, it's pretty early days. So, and with Australia, we're not seeing the great big massive rush that, you know, borders open, everyone's jumping on a plane and coming to New Zealand. It has been very much around family and friends and reconnecting. I think ski, if we can get some good snow, I think that will be really, really good for the country. But it was never going to be the silver bullet. It was going to help, but it was never going to be the industry's back on its feet and recovering, and away we go. Because we've always known so much of the Australian market is family and friends.
And Shane, just a note on that, we're going to have a presentation a little bit later on this afternoon that's from MDIE, and I think that's going to share some data about forward bookings and some specifics there. Might reflect something that you need there. Yeah. Anything else? Don't be bashful.
Just around your ambassadors, do you, with the Australian market and the New Zealand market, would you have a different ambassador that would speak to a different person? Like Richie McCaw might speak to the New Zealand market, but would he still speak to the Australian market and sort of get that same return or respect?
No, great question. We have different ambassadors for different markets, and quite frankly, we can't afford ambassadors in some markets. So we've been a little lucky in that a lot of the ones we've used in somewhere like America, it's because they love New Zealand. We couldn't afford their normal rates, so they just sit there and go, we just love New Zealand, show us around the country, and we'll go out there. Some of the biggest pickup we got, Australia paid a fortune for Oprah. She came across here and was filming Oprah, Reese Witherspoon, and we didn't pay them a cent. They just went out, they loved it, they posted it on their social media, and that was great. Likewise with Taylor Swift. Could not afford 2 seconds of her time, but she went out there and did that. With Richie, so there was a Japanese rugby player whose name escapes me, and he teamed up with Richie. They knew each other, and we've actually used him in Japan off the back of the work that Richie's doing here for us. So yes, he works in New Zealand. He would work in some countries, but not others. Oh, I'll tell you a little story about ambassadors. So this is in India. It was quite a few years ago now, but we had John Key was our Prime Minister, and we went across to India, and we had I was there for work for a different reason, so just it happened to come along to this, and we had this whole room full of India trade. Whole room of them, and we had John Key there, and we had Stephen Fleming, and they talked about him because John Key he used to go around and talk about all sorts of things and would always promote New Zealand. And the speakers said at the end of it, he said, right, Prime Minister John Key is going to walk around the room. Please don't crowd him. Just take your time. Stephen Fleming went down one set of stairs. John Key went down the other set of stairs. That whole room got up, followed Stephen Fleming. John Key was left going, woo-hoo. So you got to have the right person for the right audience. India, it's all about cricket, and he was just the gift that kept on giving there. They couldn't get enough of him. So yeah, you do absolutely have to target it, because it's not about us, it's around the audience that we're trying to reach and who they will relate to.
So who is Tourism New Zealand using in the Australian market at the moment?
We don't have an ambassador there at the moment. We traditionally really, I'm just trying to think, from his old TNZ days as well, I can't really think of an Australian ambassador that we've kind of tended to use quite so strongly. It used to work really well in China and in a lot of our Asian markets in particular. But yeah, a Kiwi telling Australians how wonderful New Zealand is might not land. So let's face it, they have the very beautiful Chris Hemsworth there in Australia. What can I say? Compete with that. Any other questions?
So, not just a question,
Yeah.
a question that came through about borders opening. I guess the problem that we all face, and the government face, not defending the government just by saying just some factual information, is the government will have, the health will have supply issues depending on, they've been very cagey about when they're going to be delivered, so they'll be very nervous about committing to sort of dates, and they'll be going for that herd immunity benchmark percentage, and depending on different viruses and things that are out there, that percentage does vary. So like for example, measles is about 95% herd immunity requirement, so they'll have the health Ministry of Health will be trying to benchmark, which I suspect will be in that 70 to 80% range. Obviously there's some subtle marketing that's already started to encourage people to be vaccinated, and obviously through ambassadors, that will obviously continue, and as they draw closer to getting more commitment of knowing when those vaccines are going to arrive, will help those decisions to be made. So that's all the variables that they have to try and juggle. So as an industry, that's really hard to make definite answers for.
Yeah. They will, we'll need a bit of time, because we will need to start gearing up and getting ready. Particularly airlines, they've got planes parked up all over the place. They need time to get them out of deserts and geared back up, staff back on board, staff retrained. So as we saw with Australia, there was a bit of warning, and there was some hints a bit before that. I would suspect the same, but they've been very clear with it's a health-led message, and we'll only want to open when it's safe to do so.
just talked a little bit about flight shaming when you were and it was it's interesting when you go on to purchase a flight from Air New Zealand, there's a box at the end that you tick to offset your carbon and sort of puts the onus back onto the customer. Is there are you aware of any sort of discussions that are going on to sort of make that a bit more of a clean green approach, 100% New Zealand, where that actually is embedded in perhaps all of the pricing that operators, travel operators and accommodation operators and so on?
Yeah, and it's an interesting one because our branding is 100% pure New Zealand, and over the years we've been really clear about not aligning that to an environment message. But the reality is you can't separate the two, and we are about our open spaces, our natural environment, also about Kiwis, authenticness, but you can't necessarily separate the two. And yes, groups are starting to talk around biofuels and things like that. There is definitely more awareness that it is important to do something around it, and that's just my personal opinion. I do think if as a country and as an industry we get it right, it will be a competitive advantage for us, and we need to find a way to lead that message so everyone can hook into doing their piece. And a lot of sustainability is quite a key passion of mine, and a lot of the messaging around we'll blow up the planet, and it's all been negative messaging, and that's not to say we aren't living as if we've got 1.5 planets, but that's not the messaging to get people to change, because then it becomes such a big thing that everything I do doesn't actually make a difference, and then people just look to governments or big business to do something about it, whereas it's got to be something that every person and every operator and industry and business in the country does something. And I think if we did do that and we did align, that would actually be a really big competitive advantage for us as a destination. But it will take effort and coordination to do so.
Great, thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Be here and to meet you, and as John says, I often find myself in the engine room, and if you know me as a person, it's actually not fitting for me to be in the engine room. Most people who meet me sort of say, gee, you're the most un-IT guy I've ever met. And I take that as a kind of compliment.
I'm sorry,
that's all right.
I didn't do my job.
And I think most of you probably have had the sort of call where you've phoned IBIS and you've talked to someone in support, and they'll say, oh, okay, I'll go and discuss it with the developers. And I kind of think in your mind there's this picture of Gollum or someone in his cave going, oh my precious, I'll have to look at that or something. So, I'm not that person at all. I'm a person who takes a lot of value in actually solving problems and making things work for the customer, and the customer being you. And probably one of my faults is I'm a great optimist, and I forget there's 24 hours in a day. And equally, and I can see some people who do know me who are smiling, going, yes, that's Erik, we know the guy. And, as running a company like this, we've got roughly 120 customers, and while I would like to spend, a day with all of them working through their problems and solving things, if you work out there's 200 working days in a year, it doesn't leave me much time to manage things. So how the team works is I have an awesome team who sort of collates, and we try and prioritise things. But one of the things we realised was that really if we could get our customers together more, we could actually work out better prioritisation, and we could deliver things better, and we could encourage sort of mutual discussion. One of the things that really motivates me is the profitability of your businesses. So we've just heard from Sue, who's really looking at it from the perspective of saying, okay, we're going to bring all the people in, but I'm equally very much looking at it going, okay, we've got all the people, how do we make sure you're actually making enough money out of it? How do we make sure you're not paying excessive amounts of commission? How do we make sure you've got efficient business processes so you've got the right people in the right place at the right time? one of the things I would really like to say I appreciate is the how critically important IBIS is as a system to your businesses, because it's often overlooked, and the fact that our systems are in comparable reliability to banking systems and things like that is an important thing. And often, when you're running a company, you're sort of saying, well, there's roughly probably a third of my time is just making sure things work really very reliably, that there is basically that things are reliable, and that you can get up in the morning and things will work, and typically we're a lot more reliable than a lot of the sort of providers and connectivity and things that we work with, internet and things. The other thing I do, and I'll return to this later in my talk, is really making sure we take a long-term view. IBIS is from my position, often we find we are pushed into contradictory circumstances where a customer's saying, oh, we really want this. We want, say, for example, this API integration with this customer. And I'm looking at it going, yeah, that's great, I can see the benefit, but where's that going to lead us to in 5 years' time? What's the what leverage does that API integration provide that other company that really doesn't care about you at all, but is caring about volume and sales from an international perspective and trying to maximise their commission? Where does it leave you in 5 years' time? So again, this is a thing which is very key in my mind, and it's very good to have you all together so we can actually have these discussions and say, okay, how do we make sure we shape the market for our advantage? And we've got the people visiting, but let's make sure the commercials of that market and how it works together and how the actual booking process and distribution works is to our benefit. One other thing I'd like to express is, we do run the business in what I'd term a conservative way. I'm not by nature a conservative person. I'm a kind of fun-loving person like anyone, but I look at it and I go, well, if we've got this huge trust relationship with our customers, we're absolutely mission critical to them. If we make a mistake, the actual pain suffered by our customers will far exceed the pain suffered by us. So we do, again, take that very seriously, that commitment. So the next thing I'd like to discuss, actually I have got a few slides, but they're very sort of, they don't really say, is why now? Why are we holding this this conference now? And really, it's a very interesting time for us, because if you look at the whole COVID thing, as a company, we would have been heading into a growth curve probably of, pre-COVID, we probably would have grown about 30% compared to last year with our expansion into Australia and things. But really what has happened with COVID is from a revenue point of view, our company's pretty well straight lined. And we were very grateful we could manage to straight line it. And part of that was the government wage subsidy, and part of it was the growth of the company. But equally what it meant is our ability to pull in more resources to solve problems didn't expand. But even with our existing customers, the expectations and changes in their business process expanded. So in some ways we sort of organised this conference and go, wow, this is probably the most dangerous time we could ever organise this conference. But at the same time we looked at it and we said, okay, COVID is an opportunity for tourism to really remake and reshape itself. It's given us a bit of breathing space. And one of the things that was concerning me the most prior to COVID is you had this expanding tourism market. You saw solid growth in visitor numbers, but equally I saw increased margins being paid to third-party software aggregators. And the Keynesian economics in me says, well, just a minute, if you've got a growing market, we should actually seeing squeezed commissions, or people saying, no, we don't need agents anymore. We're chocker without you agents. But the reverse was happening. And really, it's a product of a disruptive technology, technology change. And, I find myself looking at this going, we're all going down this path that isn't a good future. But as a company, we were too busy, like everyone here in this room, was too busy to really address it and to fix it. So this is one of the outcomes that I would like from this conference, is to work out ways of how to actually work together. And one of the key things we can do as a company is we can put a lot of levers in place to control things. But the key thing to realise is the levers themselves aren't enough. It's the coordinated control of those levers that will shape the market. We can put in structures that can limit connectivity and to certain API partners and things and set rates, but it's only when we all behave in the same way and say, no. If you want to do business in New Zealand, this is how it works. Because in my view, and hopefully Sue will agree with me, that whether your bookings come through some agent that whacks off 20%, or whether they come directly to you, or how, doesn't actually affect whether they're going to visit. Like some website based in Southeast Asia is really just getting between you and the customer. The customer is a committed entity. They're here, they're going to spend their money, they're going to do the experiences. So, and this is one of my key issues I want to solve. I really want us to leave COVID in a winning situation. I don't want us to leave COVID going, oh well, gee, we're back to the ugly world we were, and we knew it was on the wrong path. We knew we were paying a whole lot of money to the wrong people. And I have this, there's that saying where they go, our consultant is someone that borrows your watch and charges you for the time. Well, I think some of these online websites are people who could borrow your brand and then charge you 20% to get it back again. So this is, one of my key motivations. So just to give you an idea of my key sort of focuses on the next 5 years. One of them is digital automation. I see all of you being in quite an increasingly workforce constrained environment. Like if you look at coming this winter, a lot of the accommodation providers, they can't actually open all their rooms because they can't get enough people to actually service it. And I see that across all the industry. So it's like, how can we add efficiency such that you are giving the best customer service? You've got the least people sitting behind in back rooms that nobody sees. The other area I see a lot of importance and value in is the whole customer retention and marketing. Now, one of the things that really began arising before COVID was these kind of discounting websites where you'd sort of put on so many spaces at 9 AM or something on your shoulder time. We've done a lot of work to sort of, if you want that functionality, to have it with an IBIS, but the key thing is that to give you guys the levers to control it, so that you can say, well, if I'm going to discount, I want it to come directly to me. I don't want to be discounting and paying commission or something like that. So we're putting work and levers into there. The ability for us to pull all the people in this room and our customers together into aggregated websites is quite easy. What is hard is for us to get agreement and strategy from our customers on how to do it. Typically, because we're always dealing with them on a sort of a one-on-one basis. We're not dealing with them in a collective basis. And then the other key area, which I've already alluded to, is the whole e-commerce. And what I see it almost more as a sort of protection strategy. How can we work to protect you from the sharks in the market? How can we make sure we don't move into a market where a wedge is driven between you and the customer? And as I see it, really there's two main entities in this relationship. There's this customer who's being marketed, visiting New Zealand, and there's yourself with a brand, with a product, something you've invested a huge amount of capital in, something that you're totally on the line with risk. And they're the two entities that count, and there shouldn't be another entity that wedges themselves in the middle because they have some control of technology or they have some app on someone's phone that can sort of wedge in between and take a large commission. And my worst nightmare, which I sort of thought had a good chance of coming true before COVID, was a situation where someone would walk into one of your businesses, be 2 steps away from the counter, pull up an app, do something, make a booking, and you would make 20% less money than if they walked 2 steps further to the counter. And that person would have been incentivised in that behaviour, and the mechanism for that incentivisation was via the commission structure. They had the opportunity to do it. And equally, you know, we've seen this with accommodation. We've seen dominant players arise like Booking.com in accommodation, and I think it's incredibly important that we avoid the same fate. And I think New Zealand, and you know, hopefully Australia as well, but definitely New Zealand, we're a small enough market that we can say no, these are the rules, we're working together, and this is the relationship we value. So before this, I went to my staff and I said, and they had a list of hard questions they might get asked. And I said, okay, fire away, let's hear a few of these hard questions. So I got 3 of them here, just because I thought I'd sort of knock them off for you guys. Why don't we hire more developers? Well, I kind of answered that with COVID. I would love to. The key metric for me is how complex our product is versus how much money and people we've got supporting it. And if we make something too complex, then the number of people and brains we've got behind it, we end up flailing and getting behind. Should the application be more web-based? I actually do have a pretty picture for this. Oh, I thought I did. Okay. When we look at applications, the thing with web-based applications, they have incredible reach, but they're actually very hard to make powerful. If you want a very powerful, efficient application, it's a lot easier to put it on the desktop. So we have web-based stuff for your booking sites, for our check-in application, but we also have our desktop application is our core application. It will ultimately get probably more cross-platform to Macs as the technology arrives, Apple's, but again, it doesn't seem to be something that's driving us very strongly at the moment. Another area is the time taken to get more features out, and this is something we're changing, and I'll explain how it has worked, but firstly I'll explain what works very well. What we've observed is typically when we onboard a new customer, we get a huge amount of change done, bang, 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 almost on a weekly basis. And the new customer, they kind of get used to this, and they go, oh, how come we're not moving at that pace still? And the reason is because we've actually committed almost all the resources probably 50% of the resources of the company to the new customer, which isn't a kind of balanced situation. But how we have managed change previously is we've kind of taken what I describe as a bit of a herd mentality. We've sort of onboarded people, and then we've tried to move everyone up in the same step. And as the company has grown, we recognise this isn't actually that efficient, and what we want to move towards is more of a ladder approach. And to do that, we want to group similar companies, like for example the Spark Pool Market or the Activities group, and say, okay, we're going to focus on you this month, and let's all get prepared for change, let's work out what it's going to be, and then just take a big step up with that group, and then another month will be another group. And we think that's a lot more of an efficient way to deliver change, because it will be like, you know, it might sort of be an annual event. Right, this is the month of change, we get all what we want together, we prepare ourselves that there's going to be retraining, and we get it done. So finally, what am I looking for in the next 2 days? So one of the things is a greater sharing of business processes. This allows us to be much more efficient. We find even with very similar businesses, there's different ways to solve the same problem. And we thought it incredibly beneficial to actually pull you guys together to actually understand how you're solving the same problem. It's good for us because potentially it simplifies the problem, but equally it's good for you because it gives you more ideas about how to tackle and change things. There's some very interesting approaches to different problems with people in the room here, like if you look at sort of market pricing, using Hanmer Springs as an example, they kind of recognise that the price of a Hockley spa product for the international market is very different from what's acceptable prices in the New Zealand market. And they have taken an approach with their Pools Plus card where they can actually kind of address both of those markets. Again, that works in that kind of product. I wouldn't say work the same in aviation where you've got a much higher fixed cost component. Equally, changes like, for example, Bungie have done a lot of change in how they see their brand in relation to commissions and things. So there's a lot of very good conversations to have about how people are tackling these different issues. And as I said before, one of my key motivations is to make sure as much of the money generated stays in New Zealand. And that sort of nightmare situation about the person who dials something up on their phone. It's even worse because that money probably doesn't even, 20% of it never comes into New Zealand, and then the other 80% probably turns up about 2 months later, and it's not a good financial flow. But now we actually have the opportunity to fix it, whereas before COVID, it was like, wow, this is growing and changing so fast. It was very hard to get the sort of group together to try and address and fix this problem. So to sort of summarise all that up, my main goal is to say that we can shape together, us being the technology partner, you guys being our business partners, the people dealing with tourists, we can actually shape the market a lot by working together. And I think it's important we do it, and for me that's a real motivating thing to say we're shaping the market to our benefit. We're not running around being pressured by some company that actually in the long term isn't working to your advantage. We're shaping the market, shaping our future. So that's me, and I'm looking forward to meeting you all. Great, thank you.
Been skiing on both islands. I've seen orca in Whakatane. I've done skydiving in Taupo. I've seen hundreds of year old waka in Akaroa. I've seen a kiwi on Stewart Island. I've done a flight over the fjords. It's just an incredible place to live, and I feel very, very privileged to be here. And I'm not showing off about everything I've done. I'm saying this because it is an incredible place full of so many different experiences that most people would have to visit so many different countries to have all these experiences. And in New Zealand, you've all got it in one place. It's basically like a continent within one country. So, as I said, I feel very lucky to be here. But that's just a little bit about me. And so I'm an analyst at MBIE. I work in a tourism data team doing evidence and insights. So our team, as well as collecting and collating data and releasing it to the public, we also try and provide a bit more insight into the data to understand what is actually going on in tourism. So today I'll be going through the outline here. So I'll be going through a little bit of the strategic direction of tourism data and research, particular focus on the government. I'll then be looking at the tourism data system, so what actual data is out there that is publicly available, and sort of how it can be useful, what breakdowns there are. I'll be looking at the tools and services that you could use to interact and visualize the data. Then I'll be going into a bit more insights that I've created, so getting to know the markets we work in. So where do people come from? What industries do they spend their money in? and where in New Zealand. And then I'll be looking at the post-COVID world, so what's happened since COVID started, and now that the Trans-Tasman quarantine-free travel has started, because we're not allowed to call it a bubble, then so I'll be looking at that, and then we'll have a brief look over what's coming next. So I'll start off with a strategic direction. So in 2019, the government produced a new strategy that focuses on sustainable growth. So if you can see in the middle there, it looks at productive, sustainable and inclusive growth. So as Sue from Tourism New Zealand was saying earlier, we're not just focusing on value over volume anymore. We're looking at it in a holistic sense. So the economy is still a very important part in the green ring, but we have 4 other areas as well, which is international and domestic visitors, the environment, New Zealanders and our communities and regions. So there's a lot more depth to what we're looking at in tourism now. So back in 2019, 2020, when we kicked all this off, these were our main priorities. So I've been working mostly in the bottom one, better data and insight, but the others are obviously really, really important, especially the destination management and planning, which has become a lot more important now that COVID has happened, looking at areas that are affected more by COVID than others. So one big thing that's been happening is we are going to be setting up a tourism data co-governance group. So back in 2019, I don't know if any of you know this, but we had a tourism information and data hui. So there was a strong message coming out of the hui that both government and the tourism industry wanted a co-governance approach, so co-owned, co-invested, so that they could make recommendations about what will happen to investment and strategy of tourism research and data. So to achieve this, we are in the process of setting up a group. First of all, there's a focus group that is being set up, and it consists of government and industry representatives. So you can see those at the bottom. We've got MBDoc, TIA, RTNZ, NZMT, and TNZ down there. So there will also be targeted public consultation as well as documents that are released on our website outlining this. And recently, the Minister has announced $200 million more, additional to the $400 million from last year, in a plan that's called Tourism Communities Support, Recovery and Reset Plan, which is a bit of a mouthful, but so one of the main things is it's targeting 5 key regions that have been affected the most, or some of the most, by COVID. So Queenstown Lakes, Kaikoura, Mackenzie, Fiordland and Westland. But the rest of the country is still going to receive support from this $200 million to enable us to sort of reset tourism and make it more sustainable and resilient going forward. So there's work underway now to implement this plan, and when the implementation plan is available, it will be posted on our website as well. So the tourism data system. So this is what it's looked like pre-COVID. This is publicly available data from both MB and Stats NZ. So we can see at the top left we have the international travel statistics from Stats NZ. This is one of the core data sets that we use quite a lot. It's basically arrivals and departures to New Zealand, and this can be broken down by country. What else have we got? Purpose of visit, age, different demographics of the people that arrive. Below that we have the International Visitor Survey, which estimates international tourism spend in New Zealand, amongst other things. And those two feed into international tourism forecasts. So we normally forecast in 7 years' time how many visitors there will be, how much they will spend. Below that we have the tourism satellite account, which basically describes tourism's contribution to New Zealand, particularly GDP. And the International Visitor Survey and the tourism satellite account both feed into the monthly regional tourism estimates, which estimate tourism spending at a regional level. So how much visitors spend on accommodation in Auckland or something like that. You also have two more at the bottom, which are more industry focused, so the cruise ship statistics and the accommodation data program. So what's happened since COVID? This is basically wiped out half of these releases, at least in the interim. So the international tourism forecasts, obviously, are not running at the minute because I would not want to be the person who tries to forecast what's going to happen in the future. The International Visitor Survey is not running because we don't have any international visitors really at the minute, and it was also surveys in airports, which we are also not really allowed in as well. This usually feeds into the monthly regional tourism estimates. So one of the key inputs into that is missing, so we had to remove those as well, and they've been replaced by the tourism electronic card transactions, which I'll get to in a minute. And the cruise ship statistics are not running anymore because we don't have any cruise ships. So what is available? So we still have the international travel statistics that look at arrivals to New Zealand, as I was saying before. You can break it down by country of residence, purpose of visit, so are they coming here for holiday, business, visiting friends and family, length of stay, and a few more there. So next up we have the tourism electronic card transactions, which replaced the monthly regional tourism estimates. So the monthly, or MRTs, you might be familiar with that, they estimated all tourism spending in New Zealand. Because we don't have that key input data of the International Visitor Survey, we can't actually do that anymore. So the MRTs were based on electronic card transactions. So we feel the most accurate data we could put out on regional tourism spend is just to put the card transactions out there without doing any weighting, any scaling up to total tourism spending. So I released the latest version of this morning. I think, if I remember correctly, domestic spend was up 25% on the previous year. Now we have a year since COVID happened, and it was about 17% up on to the 2019 year. So it's still ahead of pre-COVID levels, even though international spend obviously is far a lot down from that. So all of these, you can see you've got the methodology, links to the methodology, and the where the data can be downloaded, and I presume these presentations will be sent out after, at some point. Yeah, so you can click on these links and download the data for yourself. And the last one is the accommodation data program. So this replaced the accommodation survey, which was stopped at the end of 2019. So this is a replacement to that, and it's been set up to measure things like occupancy rates, number of establishments, guest nights in accommodation. So tools and services, how do we interact with this data? How do we visualize it? So here we've got a table. Down the left we have the tools, in the middle we have the data sets that these tools contain, and on the right we have the owners of these tools. So the first two are from Statistics New Zealand, InfoShare and nz.stat, and they contain those data sets in the middle. Then we have these. The next one is the Sustainable Tourism Explorer. So this isn't officially released yet, but we'll be releasing it in the next month. I'll talk about that on the next page. We have the Regional Economic Activity Tools, which show economic indicators for New Zealand. and the Tourism Evidence and Insight Centre, which is a brand new tool as well, which I'll introduce on the next page. And the consumer spend dashboard, which, well, I created that over lockdown to look at weekly electronic card transaction spend in New Zealand. So we're just about to launch these two products. So the Tourism Evidence and Insight Centre, here you'll find insights, data, information about tourism in New Zealand. So we're trying to create sort of a one-stop shop for data research on tourism in New Zealand. Within this, you have the Sustainable Tourism Explorer, which helps to measure and visualize the impact of tourism on Aotearoa, New Zealand as well. This is underpinned by the tourism strategist that we saw earlier. So hopefully this will work if I click on it. No. How do we link it up to a web page? Oh, we're not able to do that.
Can you click it again?
Yeah.
Can we jump out?
Yeah, just exit this screen and
Oh, okay. So if I exit.
Yeah, so if we... And Louise, I don't want to take this off of the wrong thing, so do we just end the slideshow? Huh?
just exit the slideshow.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, and that one as well.
Sorry, do you want to do this? Just because I don't want to...
There we go.
Everything working.
Okay.
If I screw it up. There we go.
I'll make it a bit bigger for everyone. So this isn't officially released yet. This is going to be released by the Minister in the next month or so. This was created by somebody in my team. So like I said, it's sort of a one-stop shop. We're hoping for tourism research and data. So we have the data releases here, not just from government, but from other agencies as well. These are regular releases. We have resources, so this isn't up to date as yet because it's not launched yet, but different reports that come out that would be useful for people to read. This one is Domestic Satisfaction Report from TIA. And then we also have a search function, and you can contact us at the bottom. So the key place to go in this website is this Explorer. So we used to have the tourism dashboard, and this is sort of replaced that, or will replace that. So as I mentioned earlier, it's underpinned by the tourism strategy. So you've got these 5 key areas again, and each area is then broken down further. So we can see reliance on tourism or infrastructure investment. So there's a lot of different levels to this. So if we go down, we can see the highlighted ones have data, but there's also a lot of ones that don't have data yet, and that's either because we haven't received the data yet, or the data doesn't exist. So this is a really good tool for highlighting gaps that we have. So if I click on one of these, so this is natural resource use and management. So we have, this one's based around greenhouse gas emissions from transport. You can look for each year how much emissions there are in New Zealand. So road transportation obviously is the highest one. You've got international aviation here, and you've got the others down there. So if I can remove road transportation, and you can see the others a bit clearer. So it's fully interactive. You can also download each of them on the side here as a picture, so PNG, JPEG, or SVG. You can download the data behind them. I know some of you are using dashboards of your own, so if you wanted that data within your dashboard, you could get it here. You can print them, you can annotate it, so you can draw on them, and then you can print it out. How do I get rid of that? So it's quite a flexible tool, interactive tool. So if we go down further, we've got greenhouse gas emissions from transport as a proportion of total emissions. So in 2019, road transportation represented 18% of total emissions. And then you have descriptions of each of them up here and descriptions of how to actually read the graph. If we go back, maybe go on one more. Click on reliance on tourism. You have a graph that's not appearing. There we go. So this shows tourism expenditure as a proportion of regional GDP. So you can see this as a little slideshow actually, how it changes over time. You can see Otago has the highest, followed by West Coast, which are the two darkest ones, and that keeps increasing over time. So at the end, 30% of Otago's GDP is down to tourism in 2019.
Excuse me, would you be able to get that down to a low level of TAs and RTOs to start?
Let's have a look. Not at the minute, but I can mention that to the person who does it. We just need the breakdowns of sort of like, I think we have territorial authority level GDP. So yeah, that is possible. And then you can switch it to a line chart and you can play about with the time series of it, see how many years you want. You've got different things like the domestic tourism, electronic card transactions. So how much do tourists spend in each of their regions? You can put it in RTOs as well. So this purple one I'm guessing is Auckland. So if I want to, I can remove Auckland and we can see the others. That's the monthly level. If we wanted it at an annual level, you can see it a bit clearer. It smooths out the graph. So you can see the falls in domestic spend here in April. But then you can see Queenstown's had a huge rise in domestic spending. Christchurch is above levels seen in 2019. We have this for international, proportion of spend, the growth in spend. So there's all these different graphs that are available to help you to understand your region. Was that one? That one was based around how much people spend on in each of the industries as well. So retail sales there. And you also have spend by origin. So you can look at how much did Aucklanders spend in the Waikato in 2020. So this, this is pretty good. You could change the year up here if you wanted to as well. You can switch to a tree map, which is here. You can explore 2020. So yeah, it's fancy, isn't it? So it's a very detailed and we've tried to make it as accessible and granular and flexible and all these different words as possible. So if I go back to the presentation, there we go. Right. So now we've got all the where to find the data. We need to look at the actual data. So in 2019, we're going to look pre-COVID because that's what we have the data on mostly. Australian visitors represented 40% of all international arrivals to New Zealand. So for every 10 people that come through the border, 4 of them will be from Australia. However, they only represent 24% of spending in New Zealand in 2019. So why is that? What does that tell us? tells us that this was due to Australian visitors spending less per person. So they only spent, on average, $2,000 per person when they come to New Zealand. If you compare this to somewhere like German visitors, they spent nearly over three times the amount that Australian visitors do when they come to New Zealand. You have China in the middle here. That's over double what Australians spend. So there's quite a difference between the different markets when they arrive. So could anyone think why that would be? Why do Australians spend a lot less than other markets? Short stays, yep.
Staying with friends and family.
Yep, that's a great one. So when we look at the data, we can start to see this, we see evidence of this. So first of all, in 2019, Australian visitors spent on average $200 per day. So this was around about average if we compare it to the other countries. So down the bottom here, we have German visitors who only spend on average $120 a day. A lot of visitors from Germany and the UK are backpackers or maybe on a working holiday. The highest average daily spenders were Chinese visitors at $340 a day. So as somebody said, Australians, they only spent on average 10 days in Australia in 2019. So that's a lot lower than when you look at Germany, 51 days on average, the UK, about a month on average. Again, like I said, the working holiday visas really will affect these lengths of stay for Germany and the UK. I came here on a working holiday visa, so I would have been part of this at some point. And as somebody also rightly said, we have the holiday makers, the purpose of visit. So if we look at the purpose of visit, why do people come to New Zealand? Do they come here for holiday? Do they come here to visit friends and family? Do they come here for business? We can see that holiday makers make up 52%, just over half of international arrivals in 2019, but they represent over 60% of spend. So if we use the logic we have before, why is that? It means that people who come here for a holiday spend more on average than people coming here for other purposes. So, but if we look in the reverse, if we look at visiting friends and relatives here, they represent 27% of arrivals, but only 19% of spend. So they spend a lot less than people who come here for other purposes. So hopefully you can all see this. So these graphs, I'll explain these briefly. So the one on the left is based around arrivals. So the grey dots are representing all other countries except for Australia. The blue dots here are Australia, and this is showing the proportion of arrivals for both Australia and for all other countries. So take visiting friends and relatives. Of all other countries except for Australia, 21% of them are coming here for visiting friends and relatives, whereas 37% of Australians are coming here to visit friends and relatives in 2019. This was the opposite for holiday and vacation. So 37% of Australians came here for holidays, but 61% of all other countries came here for holidays. And business down here, you can see Australians are a lot more likely to come here for business as well. And then this is reflected in the spend figures. So in 2019, if we look at the regional level, 38% of all international visitor spend was in Auckland, which is a huge amount. Otago was next at 19%. So those two regions, international visitor spend, over half of all international visitor spending was in those two regions alone in 2019, which is quite an interesting insight when there's 16 regions in New Zealand. So if we break this down again by looking at Australians and looking at all other countries, we can see that of all spending in New Zealand, people from all other countries spend about 17% of their spend in Otago. If we look at Australia, all Australian spending, then 26% of that spend is in Otago. So you could say Australians are a lot more likely to spend more money in Otago. If we look at this for Auckland, it's the other way around. So of all Australian spend in 2019, 29% was in Auckland. However, if we look at all the other markets, is that 41% was actually in Auckland. So this shows that all of the countries maybe will spend a lot more in Auckland compared to Australians. So if we break international visitor spend down by what do they spend it on, you have 24% of spend in 2019 was on retail sales. Other represents a lot. It's like shopping and different things like that. Food and beverage servicing, so bars, restaurants, cafes, the spending on that represented 23% of all international visitor spend. So if we again look at the breakdown of Australian versus all other countries, we can see Australian visitors spend proportionally more on food and beverage servicing. So, yeah, some people are not surprised by that.
What about just the beverage section?
Yeah. So yeah, 29% of all spending by Australians is on food and beverage servicing, whereas 21% of all other countries is on that.
Would a supermarket sit under retail or under food and beverage?
How do I go back? It would sit. It would sit under food and liquor, wherever that is. Alcohol, food and beverage. So supermarkets, convenience stores, different things like that. So that's more what you'd spend when you're living at home, basically. So that the other one is more hospitality, this one.
Another question, would something like hiring a motor home or a caravan, would that come under other passenger transport?
Now you're testing my knowledge. I'm not 100% sure. It could come in one of those. It also could come in, yeah, I would say probably other passenger transport, but I'm not 100% sure. They're slightly vague in the categories because you have so many within each one. They're based on ANZIC codes, if you know those, so we aggregate up to quite an aggregated level. So there are a lot of categories within those.
So how do you get your information around spending, say, accommodation services with likes of Airbnb and that
So that the accommodation services is based on commercial accommodation. So this doesn't contain Airbnb as such. So like the accommodation data program doesn't contain Airbnb data either. So it's something that we would like to have access to. I think everybody would to see the market here, but obviously they're a commercial entity, so there's difficulties there. But yeah, I think accommodation services is just commercial accommodation. So you've got hotels, motels, campgrounds, backpackers, things like that.
And they volunteering that information, or do they have to provide it to staff?
So this data is, that shouldn't say International Visitor Survey. This data is from the tourism electronic card transactions. So we actually see the card, well, we don't see them ourselves, but we get data from Market View, who get data from Paymark. So they represent the over, I think it's around about 70% of all card spending in New Zealand. So yeah, then they assign that to the industry that it's in.
And have you got a handle on what percentage of spend is not counted in cash and bookings made offshore here
Uh,
for arrival?
We used to have a reasonable estimation of that. Pre-COVID, we'd use the International Visitor Survey, which would actually ask people what is the total amount over everything, pre-bookings, online bookings, cash, any cards, anything. So we used to sort of use that to then weight up these card transactions to total spend. But because we don't have that anymore,
What was it, do you know?
I'm not 100% sure. We looked at it by domestic visitors and by international visitors. I think just over half of all spending in by domestic visitors was on cards, and around about a third of international spend was on cards, which you would probably, yeah. So yeah, because internationals do a lot more pre-booking. They probably spend a lot more on cash. I know I probably would if I went to another country. Yeah. So this one is looking, because the data you can get, you can break it down even further. So now we're looking at regional tourism organisations by country for international spend, and we're comparing the RTO to the actual national picture. So if we take this bottom left here, this is destination Queenstown, and we can see at a national level, Australian visitors make up 23% at a national level of all spend in New Zealand. If we look at all spend in Queenstown, they make up 34% of all spend in all tourism spend in Queenstown. So they actually make up over a third of tourism spend in Queenstown. Obviously, there's quite a lot to take in, so I'll just go through one more here. If we look at, this is ATEED, so Auckland. Across the country, Chinese visitors make up 14% of all spend. However, in Auckland, they make up 21% of spend, so that's even higher than the Australian market. So Auckland has a huge Chinese visitor market, even bigger than Australia visitors. So another one of these graphs that's got a lot on it. So if we look at, now instead of looking at it by country, we can look at it by the industry that they spend in. So again, I've highlighted Auckland here, food and beverage services. So of all spending in New Zealand, is that 20% is in food and beverage services, which I think is slightly different to the one. But if we look at it, so we're breaking it down by Australia versus other again. So all other countries, apart from Australia, 20% of their spend in Auckland is on food and beverage services, which is again bars, restaurants, cafes, whereas in Auckland, the Australian market, 30% of their spend is on food and beverage services. This is the same again for this bottom left one, which is Queenstown, where 24% from all other countries and 34% from Australians. So now we've looked at the international visitor market. I'm going to look a bit at the domestic market because that's what we've been interested in the last year or so. So if we look at international spend versus domestic spend in each of the regions, we get this. So top row, Otago, 56% of tourism spend is international, 44% is domestic. This is the same for Auckland, and the West Coast just comes in just under that. So there's 3 regions in New Zealand that are more reliant on the international market than the domestic market. If we go down to Manawatu or Gisborne, then they have over 80% of their tourism spend is from the domestic market. So this means that regions will be affected differently by the closure of the borders. So generally, regions with a higher reliance on international tourism will be more affected. So we can look at this again at the industry level. So what do visitors spend the money on? So we have domestic market here spends more proportionally on these top three, which are all retail, whereas international visitors spend more on food and beverage serving services and accommodation, as you'd probably expect. If we look at it at a regional level, international visitors, as I said before, spend proportionally more in Otago, Auckland and West Coast. Domestic visitors spend proportionally more in all other regions apart from those three. So now we'll have a little look at the post-COVID environment. So this is from the tourism electronic card transactions. So this is comparing, so we take this last figure, March 2021. This is comparing domestic spend to March 2020 and saying how much did it change. So this 9 means it's 9% up on March 2020. So this is just for domestic spend. So we can see here, the big 3 months in New Zealand, domestic spend was up 17% in February, 23% in January, and 18% in December. This is quite important because these 3 months have more spend than any of the other months. So if they're increasing even more than other months, that is a good thing. And you can see here the big drop in spend. I can't really read what that is, but that's down quite a lot from the previous year in April 2020, as you would expect, because we were all at home. So again, I'm going to try and click on here. So this is the consumer spend dashboard. I created this over lockdown to have a look at the basically it shows weekly consumer spend, which is electronic card transactions again, at a weekly level, so to indicate sort of changes in the economy. So if I end this slideshow, there we go. So this is publicly available at the minute, and it has been for the last year. Once it comes up, so we'll ignore the caveats. So we have, we can look at spending at the national level when it appears. So we can see here, it's quite squashed on here, but we can see the green one is international spend. You can see it's fell hugely once COVID started and we went into level 4, and it's been pretty low ever since. Now this green line represents the travel bubble, which they shouldn't have called it that.
What's the issue around it? Why has it come up twice today?
I'm not sure. I think it's something around bubbles can burst, and I've also asked this question and I didn't get a really clear answer, but yeah. So we can see as soon as the bubble opens, the quarantine-free travel, it's a lot easier to say. We start to see international spend going back up. This is rolling weekly changes, so this is against the previous year, so the same period the previous year. So we can see that international spend is down 39% on the previous year. We can look at this again at the regional level. We can look at it by country. So we can see here spend by country, and we can see the dark blue line is Australia once the QFT opens up. Australia is returning to just below levels seen in 2019, so 2 years prior, because if we look at last year, it just goes like up. I think I looked at domestic spend in April this year compared to last year, and it was up over 600%. So it's again because we were all at home last year, so we didn't do much spending. And then you can also look at the data at a more granular level. So you can look at region by industry. I could look at country. You could click on Auckland, and then you could look at the different industries for Auckland as well. So that's where a lot of the next graphs are going to come from. Oh. So this is just getting to know your region, your markets, your industry, and who is potentially going to be coming to your region, who potentially will be spending in your industry, who potentially, all these different factors to give you sort of a high-level view. So now these are graphs that I've been providing the minister every week. So now we're starting to get data since the QFT has opened up. So the black dotted line is the 19th of April, when Australian visitors were allowed in New Zealand quarantine-free. So we see spend improving since that happened, and it's now in the week ended 23rd of May, it was 14% below levels seen previously. That might actually be 30th of May. So we can also, it's a bit small, but we can look at the Australian spend by where they are spending their money. And we can see early on these three lines here are all big cities. So Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch City all had all started to see improved spend compared to 2019 straight away. So what does this indicate? It indicates people are probably going to the large regions to visit friends and family because that's where people live. These more tourism hotspots, so we've got Westland, Southland, I think that is, and Mackenzie have not spent, Australian spend has not improved as much in these regions. If we break it down by industry, we can see that clothing and footwear, food and liquor, which is supermarkets and convenience stores, and household and recreational goods. These are all at levels above what they were in 2019 for Australian spend. But tourism-related industries, so this is transport and travel agencies, accommodation, and arts and recreational services are at lower levels compared to 2019. However, we do expect these to pick up once we start having more people holidaying instead of just visiting friends and relatives, or higher proportions anyway. We can look at the travel movement. So this is arrivals and departures from Australia. So this is everyone, not just Australians. This is Kiwis coming home or leaving. This is British people, anything like that. This is total. So we can see that it's still movements across the border are still 63% down on 2019 levels as of 25th of May. We've also started looking at the Cook Islands. Now quarantine-free travel is open there. So on by the 25th of May, departures were down 75% on 2019 and arrivals were still down 90%. So now this is the data before was just people crossing the border. This data now that we're starting to get from Statistics New Zealand is based around international visitors. So we can actually look at the Australian market, how many Australian visitors are coming to New Zealand. So we can see we had this huge spike up in the first week compared to the same week in 2019. And then the 2 weeks after that, we see just above 50% down on 2019 levels. So we're seeing, about half as many Australians as we were seeing in 2019 coming across the border. And if we look at what type of Australians are coming across the border, So for the first 3 weeks of the quarantine-free travel, 74% here of Australians were coming for the purpose of visiting friends and relatives. So that is a lot higher than what we saw in 2019, which was 38%. So that's just about double. And we're seeing a lot lower percentage. So only 10% of people who arrived in the first 3 weeks were here for a holiday, and even less for business purposes. So this is a trend we're seeing at the moment in the Australian market. But as more data comes out, this might reduce. We expect this to reduce and start to move towards 2019 levels. So what's next from the government? So as I said, this tourism data co-governance group has been set up. It should be set up by mid-2021. So this will give industry a lot more influence on what is happening in tourism data and research. So I expect, I don't know, members maybe from TIA or RTNZ maybe in this group. We're also exploring tourism volumes and flows. So volumes is the amount of people who are in a certain place at a given time, and flows is how do they move around the country. So we're working with Data Ventures in a scoping exercise where they're looking at a future data set that could measure spend per person at a regional level, or even spend per day. So I'm sure that'll be useful to all the regions in New Zealand and all the RTOs. We're also beginning the International Visitor Survey again on the 1st of July. This will mostly focus on the Australian market. So people will be interviewing in the airports again. And the Tourism Evidence and Insight Centre and the Sustainable Tourism Explorer will be launched sometime within the next month by the Minister, as I said. And we'll be looking for feedback and new data from, if anybody's got any data they want to put in it, that'd be great, from different government or industry agencies. So just to improve the tool. Okay, thanks for listening to all that. I know you're probably not all numbers people like I am, but yeah, thank you, and I'll take any questions if anyone's got any.
Where are all the data wonks now? Any questions for Jack?
I have a dumb question.
No questions. Go ahead.
So your role is to find data and interpret that data, but do you ever use that to forecast data? So like if we're 6 months into the not bubble,
Yeah.
Can you lay that over another country coming over, or borders open with another country, and model what their arrivals will look like?
I don't want to say yes.
But is that your function, or is it not your?
It could be our function. So we used to do international tourism forecasts for the next 7 years, but that used to be based on historical data, which was a lot more stable. But now, obviously, there's a huge shock to the market, and historical data is basically not too useful anymore. Maybe if we could look at what's happened with Australia, we could do something like that, but I think that would be very, very difficult, especially when Australian behaviours are very different to other countries.
How do you classify domestic tourists?
Okay. So domestic tourism, up until recently, was classed as, so it's very, very difficult to classify a domestic tourist. Is it based upon how far away you are from where you live? Is it based upon what you actually spend on? So it was very, very difficult. So before I even started, I started 4.5 years ago here, there was consultation, I believe, with the industry as well, and they agreed on a definition that if you are outside your area. So if anyone knows what a statistical area 2 is, there's a few thousand in New Zealand, and you were 40 kilometres away from that area, that would be classed as domestic tourism, which I know isn't the greatest definition, but it was the best that we had at that time.
So what happens to online purchases? That just drops out?
Online purchases are not part of that data set, so they are purposely removed because we don't get all of them. So not everyone uses a card to pay online. We did used to have sort of an online factor to it because Market View, as well as Paymark data, they also received BNZ data so that they could start to see in online transactions, but that relationship ended at the end of last year, so we're not able to get that anymore.
So if I'm purchasing for accommodation in Queenstown from Christchurch online, that's not going to be seen as tourism spend, potentially, in your stats?
I'm not 100% sure on that. We'd have to go to Market View about that to see how they would classify that, but hopefully it should be in the data set, but it may not be. I'm not 100% on that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's kind of, my question's a bit related, is what information is invisible to you, like, especially in the online booking space and things. Like, if I take an accommodation example, someone using booking.com or something, which is probably credit card transacted over, it does reference a New Zealand bank account.
Yeah.
And to me, from what you've said, because that's somewhat incomplete data, it's very hard for you to include it reliably, so you tend to exclude it. I'm not 100% sure on that. We'd have to go back to Market View on the exact definitions for that. I'm not sure. I know that because of all these issues, we used to scale up to total tourism spend using the International Visitor Survey, so that's used to sort of get around that problem. But now, there's certain transactions which will be in this data set and certain transactions that will not be in the data set, and without looking at their methodology, I don't 100% know, I'm afraid.
One other observation I would make is the consumer trend post-COVID to pre-COVID has, I think, changed as well. Even just we've seen that in the domestic space. And when we're talking a region, it's a very big land mass. So I can sort of say from an RTO perspective, where the RTO I'm from is have an opposite effect from the region's data that you've shown there for Otago, but I'm within Otago, but we've bucked the trend. So coming down to that more granular level, you actually start seeing consumer behaviour reigniting, if you can take it down to that level.
Yeah, so it goes down to, so there's regional tourism organisation level, and there's the territorial authority level, so districts in New Zealand.
So on those bigger graphs, if you can just keep putting that granular level in, we'll see a really clear picture of the rebuild.
You should do, like you said, even within regions, there's going to be such different trends. You take Otago, like you said. Central Otago is probably going to be a lot different to Queenstown and different to Wanaka. So yeah, all this data is available to anybody who is interested to see it, and it gives you a picture of what is happening in your region, what is happening in your industry, who's come in. So it can be very a good place to start when thinking about your businesses.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Which is pretty good. So, customer relationship marketing. I want to start off with a story. I've actually got a degree in tourism. It's kind of crazy. At Victoria University, and when I was still studying, I got my first job working at a place called Freefall Extreme in Rotorua. It's New Zealand's first outdoor wind tunnel. And while I was still at university, I fell in love with marketing, and I got this job, and I was driving up to Rotorua from Wellington, where I was studying, and I was helping them in their peak periods, and I came up with this really cool idea because I was at uni, so I knew everything. And I was like, we're going to run New Zealand's first national free flying champ. So Free Fall Extreme's an outdoor wind tunnel where you body fly, a lot like I fly, but it's sort of the outdoor Kiwi version. And so I was like, we'll run the national free flying champs. It's going to be awesome. And I pitched to the boss. I said, we can get if we can get more people to fly longer, to learn to fly, we can increase the spend. We can help get the Air Force to do more skydive training there. We can generate PR about the thing. And the boss said, all right, go for it. And I was like, I'm a marketer. Yeah, this is great. So I went all out on this big event, and I got it sponsored by V, the energy drink, and the Edge radio station. And I did, my buddy and I built this little website where you could sign up and register online, and we promoted this thing, and the event went really well. Well, I thought it did, and it was a good time. We learned a lot, and I had this defining moment about 3 months later. The boss and I were chatting, and he basically said, "Cool, let's have a talk about the competition, how well it went." He said, "What was the budget?" And I did some maths. It's a $5,000 prize pool. Probably about 14 grand we spent up on the competition, so not heaps, we weren't outrageous. And then I remember him just kind of going, "Cool, do you know what how sales have gone since then?" And I remember I haven't really asked or looked at it, just thought I was awesome. And he sort of asked me, have we got any more skydivers coming in? Did you get the Air Force to come in? What was the impact of the press coverage? And it was just, the boss was really kind about it, but it was just one of those moments where I was like, marketing's hard. It's not all just about cool ideas and being glamorous and getting in the paper and on the radio and telling a good story. It's actually really hard. And so when I asked this question, what's your biggest opportunity to improve marketing? I feel like that's a hugely critical question. If you can get that right, it has the power to scale your business, to achieve whatever it is that you want to achieve. And since that very memorable conversation where I sort of walked away with my tail between my legs, I went on to start another company that failed, and then I started New Zealand's first commercial drone company that also failed. And then I started an agency where we can spend other people's money, and I was like, this is great, now I can keep failing. Not at my own expense. No, but seriously, what I want to do is basically, I've had the privilege of learning a lot, and I want to share a really broad brush framework that I'm sure you're all aware of, but I want us to really dive in because when it comes to data, it's all about the so what. How do we action it? It's no good having data unless it can literally lead to action that can drive your whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. So this is a really broad brush framework. Frameworks, I think about them all the time. I love them, but all they are is a tool. It's just a way for us to empathize more with our customer, and that's all this really is. This is ta-da! This is my big reveal. So it's pretty cool, right? This is, who's heard of Dream Plan Book before? Yeah, cool. Google, I think they put it out originally in about 2012, and they kind of made it a lot more popular in about 2016. In the world of tourism marketing, it's a lot of the playbook for a lot of people. But so what I want to really sort of highlight here is this is your actual business. And what I'm talking about is when these two big arrows, optimizing, I'm saying you basically, my arrows are the wrong way, funny. So you want to optimize backwards from your experience, but your strategy is, it's about moving customers along the journey. The idea here, so there's kind of two things going on here. One is I'm talking about Dream Plan Book. It's awareness. It's when people are planning and sort of considering their options, the actual moment of conversion, the actual experience that you offer, and then this sort of this opportunity to share and to hopefully, yeah. So, but this piece here is at each of these sort of steps of the customer journey, you're going to be running a range of different initiatives. Each of those initiatives should have a metric And that metric, you can say, hey, well, did we do better than before? Did we do worse? Is that good? Is that bad? The so what? And so that's what I've got here is basically saying, cool, at this space, you're going to be running a series of initiatives to help people when they're in that dreaming phase. And I'll come back to that in a little bit more. When it comes to like when I look at a business now, I usually think you've got 3 main levers you can pull, especially in marketing. There's about 3 things you can do. You can do 1, you can lower your cost to acquire a customer. You can be more efficient or more effective in your marketing. The second thing you can do is you can increase the average order value. If all your customers were to spend an extra $10, what would that do to your bottom line? Probably quite a lot. And then the next one is you can increase repeat purchases. That one I put a little asterisk here because tourism, we have this challenge where a lot of our people, they come in region for a short period of time and then they leave. So I'm just noting that I'm aware of that. But we also have other advantages of tourism in that once they're coming into a destination, they're effectively a captive market. They're looking for things to do. So but I think it's really important that as you think about your organizations, that you think about those levers. How do we get more efficient at our marketing and how do we increase that average order value? Cool. This is me just kind of trying to join those 2 frameworks together. Like I want you to really get this, like this is our ethos. I am such a believer in this, but you need to diagnose the problem. When you go to the doctor, you don't want them to go, oh, the guy just before you, he had this, so we'll try that on you. You go, no, you need to diagnose the problem. So when it comes to understanding what the most important thing you can do for your business right now, you need to actually understand where you're going wrong, where you can actually improve your marketing. And that's what this framework allows you to do. From that diagnosis, we usually try to get a benchmark. And from that benchmark, that's when marketing gets into creativity. You've got a clearly defined problem. You go, cool. How do we do something that will delight people? How do we do something that will get people talking about us? And then we push that creative out and we test it and we measure it and then we learn. And I make jokes about failing, but I literally am a firm believer in like, if I fail more than you do, I'll win. The speed with which I can test and learn is a huge competitive advantage. It's also statistically proven to be faster. So, you guys still with me? All right. What I'm doing is I'm going to work backwards through this, and as we go through this, I want you thinking about your organization and that, I guess, what you're running within that. I really love this because part of the reason I love tourism, and I'm kind of passionate about it, is because ultimately what we do is we sell these amazing experiences. Like it's about, like I get stoked off tourism on the, like it's those moments, like when you see people actually stoking off what you offer, that's why we're in tourism. It's the froth, it's the people, it's the energy that's created from sharing something that we love and that we're passionate about. And that's why I often see that in a lot of tourism businesses, in their visions and their mission statements. It's about sharing the wonder of Aotearoa with our guests, with our peeps. When it comes to experience, the reason I start with this is because when it comes to improving your marketing, if you don't have people sharing and talking about your experience, is doing a big brand campaign going to help? No, it's not. Is optimizing your website going to lead to that growth that you want to see? Probably not, because you're going to be sort of slogging a dead horse or whatever the saying is. So when it comes to experience, we've got a huge opportunity. I feel like this is also like hugely low-hanging fruit because at its core, what we're doing is we're offering an experience, and people it's not as hard as we think to do a great experience. It's just a little bit about understanding people and the people coming through our doors. I'll give you a small example. There's a great book called Moments by Chip and Dan Heath, and they did a heap of research into what creates an amazing moment. Because they've realized it's actually moments that define us. When we look through our memories, it's actually only moments that we can really recall. Everything else is gone. And so they use this example. There's a hotel in California, pretty crusty hotel, and there's a swimming pool there. And in that swimming pool, someone came up with a fruity idea. They said, let's get this old phone booth that I found. And when someone calls that phone booth, we'll get the front desk person to come out with a white glove on and a silver tray, and we'll bring you a popsicle to the pool. Because how nice would it be to have a ice block when I'm in a pool on a hot Californian day? That single initiative has made that motel hotel thing an icon. People travel long and far to stay at this quirky little pool and this quirky little hotel and to go in the pool, and they call the thing, and sure enough, the lady comes and they froth off it. Adding delight doesn't have to be expensive, but it's about understanding your market. And so I watch tourism organisations we've been fiddling around with the domestic market and not understanding what they value. Their perception of time versus value, the value of a cup of tea. I'm like, what? There's so many little options you've got within your experience to make people feel valued. We've been so used to mass tourism that we've forgotten actually how to make someone feel special. And it's not hard to do. It's just, and that's also why that's why we employ people on our front lines, because they add delight, because they talk, because they love people, because it lights them up. So for many of you, unfortunately, this might be you. This is you done for the rest of my talk. You can just focus on that. I do recommend looking at experience design. It's a very cool world, and it does, I guarantee with the right mindset, you can walk through your business and be like, oh my gosh, this is so unclear, the signage is unclear. We're not truly valuing, I guess, we're not making the experiences easy, we're not adding delight, there's so much opportunity. And again, understanding experience design, this has been my personal, because I spend a lot of time in doing UX for large organizations, we deep dive into researching the process and the experience. And there's a couple of things that I'd want you to think about as you think about improving your experience to get people sharing and talking about it, is that an experience is a moment is created, there's a peak, like a climax, and then people remember the end. So when it comes to, when people look back and they think about your experience, the likelihood of them sharing and talking about it is going to hinge on two things. How was that? How was it at the end of it? And also, did you build into some kind of climax into your experience, into your time together with your crew? So social proof is also massive. So this one here, just the other thing I want to highlight here is that getting people to share is kind of a little bit of the holy grail of marketing. Word of mouth, you can tell the world how awesome you are, but nothing even comes remotely close to the value of a friend saying, oh, you got to do that. That is what we are ultimately going for. And the catch is, we've got some mechanisms that we can optimize for that. But another really cool moment, we do a little bit of work with a company called Fergburger, and the Ferg Group, and chatting with Steve about it, and he was sort of talking, they've built something really incredible, and I remember saying, we could optimize for getting more people to share, and he said, what do you mean? I said, you could maybe just have a few little cues and things. He said, well, why would we do that? Because that's about us getting what we want. That's not about the customer having a better experience. That's why Fergburger is Fergburger, because they have a laser focus on delivering an exceptional experience, an exceptional vibe. They have the focus. And so that's the sort of thing where I want you to take that away and think, how do we have that crazy focus on how do we add delight? How do we get people talking? Because that is going to put jet fuel in your marketing engine. Okay, so this is, we also do a lot of work with Cadrona. This is one of the pieces of feedback we had, which was a staff member saw me struggling with my skis and helped me carry my gear to the car. That brand is well regarded. That's why. Yes, we do a brilliant job of their marketing. but ultimately, it's also because they've got a culture and they've got a team. So book. So when I think about optimizing a business and helping you scale, I'm thinking, cool, you've got to have a great product. That's not our job. We do a little bit of that, and we do a lot of text and email automation across the customer journey to help people along that journey. But without having a mechanism for people to book that is that converts basically, there's no point driving traffic to it. It's just inefficient. So often when we're analyzing a business, we're going, cool, where people convert, if you're not driving people to a platform that converts, there's your strategies, you're left paying huge margins to other channels basically. The direct booking is awesome because then you fully own the brand, you fully own the experience, and you have the margin for it, so it means it can scale. So I'm not going to talk, I'm happy to talk a bunch about market positioning and segmentation, but I just wanted to zoom over this framework because I know there's kind of like a range of different people and spaces in here. Cool, so when it comes to driving traffic to a platform that converts, this is, this framework it's almost like a sales framework, but it's amazing. I guarantee running through all of your websites, I guarantee I could come up with a lot of ways to improve performance, because this is really critical. People don't quite get this. When it comes to increasing your sales, being clear about what you do is one of the single greatest things you can do. Because I see this a lot where you come to, you get to a website and someone's obviously interested enough to come there, and then you've got just like some random rogue statement kind of on your front line, and people are just trying to work out what you do. And you think, oh yeah, let's give them some testimonials, and all they're doing is scanning, going, yeah, but do you have what I'm looking for? And you think, oh, what we need is let's provide more like anything else that's not making it clear what you do, and therefore it's not going to be helpful. If they don't understand what you do, doing anything else is basically redundant. The first thing you need to do is go for clarity. Clarity trumps cleverness every time. As marketers, we love to use these huge, extravagant words, and all someone is doing is scanning your website, trying to go, what do you even do? Once they know what you do, the second barrier is they know what you do, but they don't know why you need what they offer. So it's a really simple thing from a copywriting point of view. This is that real features benefits trade-off, but making it clear why actually what you do for them. People go on holiday for a huge range of reasons, but understanding what it is that you really sell and what you can do for them is key here. And there's some pretty simple ways to research to find that out. Number 3, they aren't convinced you can deliver on your claim. This is huge. This is like often one of the biggest things. When people are trying to choose something to do, they just don't want to waste their time or money. So they go, cool, a lot of this, a simple video or image can show very clearly what you do. Why some of the stuff you do is just incredibly fun or stunning. Tourism's kind of an easy sell, but the big piece here is that, can you deliver on your claim? Is it actually worth their time and money? For their 3 days in destination, are you actually the best place they can spend that 4 hours? That's what's going through their head. That's their barriers and their motivations. And by adding the right type of trust proof is huge. Now this is huge because going back to that original piece, if you don't diagnose the problem, I see this all the time, like as marketers we go, yeah, I read this on a blog post, we'll add more testimonials. So they sift through the testimonials and they put up the best 5. But what they don't realize is their actual psychology, or what we're trying to do here is not show a testimonial. We're trying to actually address a barrier that a real human has. We're not just throwing random tactics. We actually want to diagnose the problem. And that's why often quantifying your actual reviews is better than showing actually what the hand-picked 3 best reviews are, because everybody knows that they're curated. It doesn't actually help them solve their thing, can I trust you? You haven't actually helped them at all. You just put up a bunch of random quotes. So, and it's again where it's understanding why it is and basically walking through this process. So number 4, they don't know whether you're compatible with their trip and timing. So this is a really cool thing, because as we look at plan, you can start to see this come into play, how very quickly you can take someone on a journey because they kind of go, cool, this looks exciting. Hey, a lot of people also love this. Hey, and then the next thing they're going to do is go, cool, will that fit within my time frame? How much is it? That's what's going to happen next in that piece. And so, I'll come back to that because we've got a great example coming up. Number 5, they think you're too expensive. Price is such a funny thing. People spend so much money on the dumbest stuff, and I see this all the time where people, well, like seriously, like you buy 2 beers in a bar and you could have bought a box. Like you're not buying the perceived value is so relative. I've just spent a phenomenal, embarrassing amount on a bicycle because I love biking, even though I've just nearly killed myself riding my bike. But it's because I love it, and the value to the price is actually irrelevant. And that's especially the thing with understanding value and understanding people's perception of what they're buying and how you price. And pricing psychology is such the mechanisms there's some great resources out there that can help you really easily understand how to better price and how to structure your pricing. And then there's models and ways to actually test out what's the best way to price your product for the market. Number 6, they don't trust your company. They've never heard of you before. This is often why we optimize going backwards, but usually no one ever, like, I've never really seen anyone turn up to a site, to a company they've never heard of before and get their credit card out. It just doesn't happen. Usually there's actually like 50 different touch points. They're not measured, but there's something that triggers them. They see a few ad impressions, they talk to a friend. The journey's not linear, and then eventually they have this conversion moment. But so building trust takes time. And that's why there's this whole kind of content marketing world, and this is why we do Dream Plan Book, because if you just try and Houdini in last minute with a search ad, but they don't know who you are, they don't know if they can trust you, that's often why we see like a lower cost to acquire a customer when we market throughout the entire customer journey. So, you guys still with me? I'm aware that I'm just talking a lot. Number 7, they're going to think about it. This is a huge one. Adding urgency is one of our biggest issues as marketers. A lot of people go, yeah, this is awesome, I love it, yeah, it's going to work with my trip. Nah, it's not too expensive, it's actually pretty good value when you word it that way. Yeah, these guys are sweet. Instagram, gone. Notification, adding urgency and the mechanisms that we've got there is very, very difficult. But again, we're marketers, we've got ways to follow people around the internet, although that's changing. And then we've got ways to, there's certain things we can do there too. So this is an example from a company called AJ Hackett. Is anyone here from Bungie? The boy, oh yeah, couple peeps here. This is just a good example of so when we're talking about conversion and not losing people throughout that journey, I just really love this sort of thing. This is a really common thing. People just have this sort of anxiety going through checkouts. Is this the best value? Could I be getting this cheaper elsewhere? Is this really what I should be doing? These types of cues go a long way. It's slightly different when you've got lower traffic, but from years of doing this and doing this as well, also with really big organizations with a lot of data, do not underestimate how fickle people are online. There's some really subtle cues there, and the human mind just picks everything up and makes a decision in an instant. But it's amazing how when you get those cues right, how people actually just go, no, I will go through with that. So the other one, this one here, I just wanted to, these guys, I just wanted to highlight just tactics, because everybody loves tactics. Unlock deals and discounts. This is, in terms of booking, these guys obviously have a full-time conversion optimization team, but this is just amazing for helping me decide. I can see that the reviews here, they've even highlighted them for me so I don't have to go in. They've addressed my barrier around free cancellation. They've added urgency. They've given me, again, more trust proof, and they're effectively helping me choose, and they're adding, when it comes to kind of understanding these little cues and tactics that can help us move to action, that help us make a better decision, there's so much you can do to remove the barriers, remove the decision fatigue from your customers. So, experience, booking, your actual conversion. Then there's this plan. This is really cool. And so for tourism, this can be huge, because the way in which we plan and the activities and things that we plan, I don't have the source, but there's a little bit of insight that people book their flights and accommodation and maybe their transport, like a rental, and then there's a lot of decisions that they make in destination. The other one is that often when people picture themselves within destination, they picture themselves doing a few sort of must-do type actions. They don't just think, oh, I want to go to Queenstown, and they just imagine themselves sort of floating in Queenstown. No, they imagine themselves up the top of Skyline. They imagine themselves on the shot over there, on the bunch, whatever, maybe it's getting a massage, whatever. It's so different for different people. But so, I just lost my train of thought. This is where I just there's no, could I get a glass on my, sorry. Yeah, and so this is one, how can you make it easier for people to decide? And that's often where that conversion framework that we just looked at will stretch out. Thank you, John. I just wanted to highlight this as a great example that we were looking at before. I didn't actually pull in the entire web page, but this is a textbook pretty well a textbook landing page, and I love what IBIS has done here because we go from what you do with this great video where it just captures those moments of delight just before someone almost jumps, and then you've got these really playful ways, and then they move straight into, can you fit within my holiday? And that's a beautiful example of moving someone from what do you do, like, well, it's really clear what you do, you throw people off a big swing, and you have a lot of fun while you do it. And so, but just how they move, you don't have to click into another page, you don't have to, they instantly get you into adding urgency because you can see that spaces are taken. They get you into, will this fit? And they just instantly, without even realizing it, you've just moved from, hey, this is pretty cool, into booking it without even having to go to another step. And that is a textbook example of plan. Plan, again, a lot of like, sorry, one moment, please. Thanks. A lot of, again, because a lot of plan, a lot of your tactics here are going to be optimized for return users, retargeting and remarketing, building smarter audiences basically to get traffic that is already planning, that is already either in destination or you've got different types of people. We know certain people like to plan really far in advance. We know a lot of people just like to rock up and play it by ear. And so the way that we build and try and get the right people into the stage is we've got a few tactics again there. And so it's a really simple one. What's your return user rate on your website? How do you improve it? Chances are it could have a big impact on your business because these are people that are in market searching and you're not and finding out why they're not converting and getting them back is easy fruit. So dream. So we've just gone experience, book. My brain's not working right now. Plan, and then dream. This is because again, this was me as a teenager in uni. Yeah, marketing. I'll just do a big, cool competition and get in the paper, and I'll be cool. Marketing is actually like when it comes to doing dream, a lot of like organizations they think, oh yeah, I'll just give some content to my RTO. This is optimizing my listings on Tourism New Zealand. Depending on how big you are, you might actually really want to play in this space. But often when it comes to optimizing your journey, focus on driving traffic to a platform that converts, focus on helping people in that plan stage within destination. And once you've got that humming, investing in dream could be a game changer for your business. So this is people that are still dreaming of the destination. And so like we said, people book these certain key events. If you can become one of those must-dos, the earlier you can get there and start building trust, the more likely you have of them choosing your organization over the competition. I did actually have an example of a video from Cadrona because their job of building the magic of the mountain is really, really awesome. But the point there of their dream content, there's no sell. It's longer form content, it's emotive, the targeting for it is wide, as opposed to plan and book, which is your search ads, which is your, again, like a lot of heavy retargeting, a lot of custom intent, a lot of custom audience building, those types of more tactical things. When it comes to dream, it's building a brand, which yes, it's all of those things, because a brand is actually just how people perceive you, which is built up over a series of touch points, not just through one pretty campaign. But this is the time for marketers get creative. This is our job here is to be entertaining or informative. Otherwise, no one has any reason to consume your content, unless anyone else has another reason why they would consume content. Then because it's informative or entertaining, please let me know. Will that play? Does that? Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's just playing for me up here. Could someone help me with this? I'm not a PC user. I'm a Mac. Thank you. How am I doing for time? Yeah, just play. Oh no. Oops. that's enough of that. I don't want you guys getting too dreamland on me. But you get the idea of, thank you. You get the idea of where I'm going with that, in the sense of that's the, like, in terms of marketing, if you were to invest in that type of campaign right now without having done the previous earlier steps, you're not going to see the return on investment. And also you're not going to have any sort of the mechanisms to measure that intelligently. So this sounds really obvious, but I see this all the time. Someone creates a brand campaign and they want to go, cool, what were the sales from it? The goal of a brand campaign is not always to directly drive sales, and how you measure the success of a brand campaign, especially where sort of the path to purchase is a lot longer, and how you measure that. You've got to be a little bit more tactful than just, cool, we checked in a month later and did we drive revenue? You've got to be a little bit more intelligent about how you measure these things. And this is, again, that is the screenshot from this example. But look at this, 326 interactions. This video gave me goosebumps. That's what we're doing in tourism. We want to give people goosebumps. Let's give them something to talk about. Cool. So the other thing that I haven't, like a bonus, is nurture and engage. So a lot of the time we have like certain audiences that, again, might plan out a bit longer, but we often talk a lot about nurturing a particular audience that they're interested, but they're just not ready to book, and having the mechanisms to gently bring them along the journey and gently build trust with your journey, with your brand, is huge. So if you imagine a client like Cadrona, we're running across a handful of different audiences: dream, plan, book, a few different things. They've got mechanisms to measure their brand and their experience, and then we actually have this nurture and engage. The other thing that I want to just throw in here is Facebook Insights recently came out with a really great nugget, which was that people are most likely to rebook their next holiday within 2 weeks of coming back. So they're fresh from a trip, and that's when they're psyched and thinking about it. So we've also, and for different clients, we've added in a rebook layer, just because we know that the timing, we know that if they've just been in region, we know that it's also, that's what can spur that share, those conversations. And again, some of the stuff's harder to measure, but when you've got the machine running and you dial it in, that's when you see epic client growth that's worth getting out of bed for. Okay, quick note about brand. I've already kind of covered this, because but all I wanted to note here is because often people are going, cool, what about brand? And I hear this a lot because we're Data Story and we're sort of a performance agency, and the brand market is always fighting for, you just need to do brand, you just need to tell a better story, and the performance marketers are going, we just need to optimize, we just need data, give us more data. But brand really is, I believe the two need to go hand in hand, and it's really about optimizing each individual touch point to, like, when Air New Zealand's brand is great, largely because of their customer service and because of what they've done with their app. That's actually them understanding what we want and helping us. If they just kept pushing out cool videos, nobody would actually like them. It's because they've got feedback loops in play, and they've got a full-time optimization team optimizing each of these touch points. So back to the beginning: benchmark, test, measure, learn. I did have this quick example to bring it all together. This is actually part of the customer journey mapping we've done with Cadrona. This is a small piece of their journey, actually, just to help paint a picture. This was from a while ago, but these are different touch points across different audiences, and us actually calculating these little bits of friction, these little bits of places to improve. And through us kind of finding the biggest opportunities, it's that question at the start with, what is the biggest opportunity you've got to improve your business? Mapping your journey across dream, plan, book, all of your touch points. Wow, I just realized I'm talking real fast, eh? Sorry. I love this stuff. I get excited about it. Yeah, it's like, what's that little guy, eh? But I just wanted to share. So here's another example of sort of bringing it all together, where this is really crude, and obviously we do a lot more analysis than this, but this is from, I won't tell you, this is where it's really hard for us to share actual data, because we're privy to a lot of customer data, but it's sensitive. It's a sensitive subject. But here's a really crude funnel: total ad impressions, total site users. Then we've kind of got this, we actually want them looking at our product pages, particular engagement we were optimizing for, buy now clicks. If looking at there, can someone tell me what the biggest opportunity is? Anyone? Have a think. Looking at that funnel. Nowadays I would have calculated the drop-off rates for you, but what's the biggest opportunity within that? No one wants to throw it out.
One of 100 get there.
Yeah. So that's absolutely it. So, well, there's probably a couple, but definitely, this is a huge drop. It's a huge number of ad impressions to not a lot of traffic. Like, where is our targeting off? We're advertising to a lot of the wrong people here. That is grossly inefficient. That's actually a more complex conversation, though, to be honest, because the more targeted you get, often the higher your CPC or your CPM. So it's a trade-off between spray and pray and micro-targeted. But oh yeah, so your cost per click or your CPM, your cost to reach 1,000 eyeballs or 1,000 devices. Not all impressions are equal though. It's a dangerous metric. I could talk about that for a while. But that's also tallied up. That's across Google, Facebook, Instagram, etc. And we've aggregated them. But the other big, for me, the big opportunity here was literally this. Why have we've got 45,000 people hitting the site and then we're only getting 1,500 of them to actually convert? What are these other people doing here? There's this big drop, this 45 to 9,000. So we did some more analysis. We found, does anyone know what this is? This is an A/B test. We actually found out like we're driving a huge amount of traffic to the homepage, and a lot of them, it wasn't clear. This was a perfect example of they were trying to be fancy but not clear. And this is the thing, because we could see that journey, we went, cool, this is the single most impactful space we can play, because we've got people that are interested, but they're not, why are they leaving? And through like literally we redesigned the homepage, tested the variation. This doesn't sound like a lot, but through that homepage being that much clearer, once we put that homepage fully live, they ended up an additional 6 figures for that season for this particular company. So that was, and it's crazy to think like, whoa, when you get this right and you actually find the gaps and you actually diagnose the problem, like why are people not taking action? That's when you get that sort of glory, when you go, cool, we just kind of turned their business around through that process, through being able to understand that. So that's my kind of like bringing it all together. When you can understand that journey, diagnose the problem, and actually find a way to test and learn. Because if that didn't fail, I've had plenty of loads. I've had a lot more failed A/B tests than I have successful ones. But each time we learn what doesn't work and we keep going. And again, where speed outperforms perfection. So, how are we doing for time?
We're good.
I might just skip to questions. I was going to talk about ROI, but if anyone wants to ask me about ROI, that's also, we can do that. So thank you all for listening so intently.
We've got plenty of time for questions, so. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I did talk very fast, eh? It was like, it's no good. You can tell I've been like by myself with concussion for too long. Yeah. Surely there's a couple of questions.
You mentioned earlier on about when you talk about experience, you talked about there being 2 key moments. I think there's one around the peak of the experience, one around the end.
Mm-hmm.
But there's quite a large body of thought that says first impressions are most important. So what are your thoughts on that? So when you first rock up to a place, how does that compare to other key moments?
Is first impression for what people remember, or is it for them deciding how they view you?
First impressions for what they remember. So I think there's quite a body of thought that says that if your first impression of the place isn't great, then that flows right through the experience.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm totally sure that's fine. I wouldn't create a shitty first experience to create a better climax. But it's totally valid. Like, I'm not an experienced design expert. I'm a marketer. Yeah.
So, but you're essentially saying that the peak is very important, obviously, and then the end as well.
Yeah, in terms of what people like, I'm sure if you were to listen to customer conversations as like a research type method, what are they talking about, and what's that actual kind of highlight moment? Yeah, there's
But just a thought of that. I mean, I think first impressions are great and probably important, but haven't we all kind of had that experience where maybe you go into a restaurant that's kind of a hole in the wall? I mean, first impression is really pretty lousy, but then you walk out of there having had just this amazing meal, right? And that's what you remember, and that's what you tell all your friends about. It almost works in their favor. So, yeah, it's really situational, I think, right?
Yeah, and definitely the idea of like adding delight, or like there's some really funny stuff around like expectations. where like someone finds out they've got free Wi-Fi on a flight and didn't even know it existed, and then they get on the flight and they find out it's broken, and they're pissed because they were entitled to their free Wi-Fi and they only found out 5 minutes ago it was on the flight. But that balance between expectation versus what you deliver, that's where those like Butterfield and Robinson and those like high-end trip guided travel spaces, they're amazing, because they'll say, oh, there's a lunch, and then you come around the corner and there's like a fully catered, like incredible lunch, and that's why they spend so much money with those companies, because they throw in all these moments of magic in there. Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah.
One of the things that came out of our discussion earlier today was looking at how different IBIS users can, in essence, sell laterally across the market. Like in quite a few of your slides, it was like the previous one 5 minutes ago was kind of like untapped customers working through conversion. Have you had much experience, and do you have any advice about trying to sell laterally, like, for example, with Cadrona, working with Triple Cone, or trying to build partnerships and conversions where you've converted them here and you're trying to sort of convert them adjacently?
I don't have any specific examples, but I think in terms of the levers to grow your business, increasing that average order value or that cross-sell is super underrated. Yeah, the difference that can make to a bottom line is, like, it should be more of a focus for sure. Because a lot of that stuff would come down to the partnership and the nature of it, but that's definitely like, and that's again, like, if you can measure like your entire marketing cost and your cost to get a customer, if you can then get that customer to purchase again, or purchase from a sister company or a partnership that you've got, and vice versa, like, it's always got to be win-win. That's smart, because the cost to get that person, and you know that person, you then know what drives them, you know what they're interested in, you know. Yeah, and then so what you can then offer them, and that sort of that next best action type optimization, like, absolutely, yeah, cool. Did I answer the? Okay, sorry.
It's kind of one of these, concepts that I've become more aware of today, and I'm sort of trying to flesh out how we actually move forwards with it. Because to me, it's in the meeting we had on this side of the room in the activities group, we listed the things that people were interested in. It really surprised me that there's a sort of membership, and what we term membership, and when we expanded that, it was really actually about working with your existing customers, and I think it was Southern Discovery suggested, well, how can we actually work as a group more? Because once we've got a customer for one of us, the hit rate of them being a customer for a sister company is really high.
Yeah,
someone
totally.
who doesn't say, Willow Bank in Christchurch is likely to want to do a cruise on Milford Sound if they're down this end of the country. So let's kind of try and link them all together.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to quiz you on the right mechanisms.
Yeah, and so, because you've kind of we do a lot of like retargeting, a lot of like specific audience building, and you don't want to be like too creepy with it. You want to be like, hey, we know you like this.
Well,
hey, interested? Like,
I think that's really honest.
well, that being said, like, a lot of retargeting it doesn't say, hey, we know where you've been, like, like, enjoyed these shoes, it's just, you just see an ad for the shoes, or you just see an ad for Milford. So you've got options there within like audience sharing, and that's pretty easy now across like Facebook and Google. But then, or even like customer lookups across Google. Like just the other day, Google made it free to do customer upload. Used to have to be a minimum spend of 50 grand, but so there's those types of mechanisms where you can just share audiences, and then you'd have like a referral program type mechanism, where you're kind of, like a more direct referral request. Yeah,
great.
But audience sharing is, you've got to be very explicit in your privacy policy.
Yeah, I think it's got to be an opt-in kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's probably got to be sold to them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Another one of the questions that came up on this side of the room this morning was we were talking about remarketing to abandoned cart users. And that prompted some discussion about, so obviously you can only send an email to somebody and remind them that they've abandoned their cart if they've got to the point in the process where they've actually given you some information, like their email address.
Yeah.
And when I looked at data, one of our customers there were very few people that once they'd got to that stage in our booking process, they'd actually abandoned their cart. So, you know, most of the time, people who got to the stage of putting their email address in would continue on and make a purchase. But, you know, that's how our booking process is set up at the moment for most of our users. But there, you know, that prompts the conversation about, well, should we try and identify people earlier so that we can remarket to them if they decide to leave the site? Have you got any thoughts about that whole abandoned cart remarketing, or, you know, trying to get people back if they do leave your site?
Yeah, great. Because obviously once you've got the email, you can do the abandoned cart email, like, hey, you left something in your cart type piece. And if you Google it, you'll get a blog post of the 20 best abandoned cart emails that you can choose to like kind of adapt. That.
So obviously you don't want to make, you don't want to create a barrier to continuing down that purchasing process by asking for information too early. But what's the right balance, I guess? Yeah, and it also probably depends on their trust as to in terms of them, because a lot of the reason for like staged checkouts is because of like a loss aversion type psychology, that we would rather like what's the analogy, like the pain of losing $10 is actually like worse than I can't remember.
I think there's a psychology test where you give someone $1 and you see how happy they are, and then you give another person $2 and then take $1 off them and see how happy they are. They're really miserable at the second. That's why often like a lot of things, because people have a sense of progress and then they don't like that feeling of losing the progress that they've made, and so that's often why you see stepped checkouts. But then it's probably like, and because you can still do your retargeting across Facebook and Google, and how you, like, not all retargeting ads are equal, and how you bid and how aggressively and the message that you choose there. So there might be just a bit of optimization to play around with that. And then I'd probably say you almost want to do the maths. Like you're saying, like if your abandoned checkout email is so high and they're that much further down the track, well, if you could get that information earlier, you could almost try and infer the impact that would have if you were to change the order of your form. Your checkout. Yeah. That might be, it's a little bit of a cop-out answer, but it'd be probably a little bit nuanced where you'd want to dive in and just calculate it. But at a first glance, I'd just try not dial in standard retargeting. Yeah. You need, because the bigger your audience is as well, that's the other really complicated piece. Like you can think, we've got this really cool this audience of people that have reached this checkout. But if it's really small, the audience might hardly serve, or the cost to reach that audience will be huge, and all of a sudden it's no longer efficient. And so often like site-wide retargeting can outperform like a checkout, but it depends. That's where it's so contextual to the size of your business. And then as you get bigger, the more technical, the more you can see the return on being technical. That a few more people like, did they? No? Didn't really answer the question. I was saying I'd just try dial in retargeting before you change your checkout. Yeah. Yeah.
As you said about clarity with websites and things.
Yes.
And experience design. What if you've got a business that has a lot of different experiences for different target groups? What advice would you give those sorts of businesses to, instead of trying to be everything?
Any other questions? Any other questions? That is a great question. That is like an absolutely huge question, because we also, let me just think for a moment, because how you answer that's also interesting in terms of the way you design your organization. We see this a lot. It's that thing where sometimes having too many products is actually worse for your customers type of thing. But often you want to, like if we were doing like a large like UX project to help with that type of piece, we'd probably use So like user experience is like when we're trying to improve the user experience. And then so within that, we'd be wanting to group that, but we'd be asking our customers how they actually group and perceive the products. And then we'd be
grouping them according to how our customers perceive them, and then also trying to understand the process that they make the decision with. So at the end of the day, there's going to be this top level, like what you're selling. Or maybe if you, could you give me, like, where are you from?
With Hampness Rings Thermal Tools and Spa.
Cool.
So we have water slides, we
Yeah.
have pools,
Yeah.
we have a spa, so yeah.
Great. So, yeah, great. So within that, you've got a couple of options. That's also the beauty of digital. Like when we're marketing, like a mother looking at a website, she's scanning that page going, can you cater for my kids? She doesn't, like, what the different users, like what they're looking for is so different. But the beauty of digital is that we can also tailor that to them. So that's where I'd have a tailored landing page for that product. Your homepage is always going to be like a bit of like, this is our overall experience. We sell relaxation, we sell escape, we sell fun, the kind of the more pithy brand stuff. But ultimately you're going to show what you offer. And then, but yeah, when it comes to the actual products, we'd be creating individual journeys for each of your customers and your products basically. And so that particular customer would see a relevant image, because it's also a real big, we've walked into this before with other tourism clients where like older, cooler people don't want to be where like the kids are kind of thing, and the kids want to be where the older, cooler people are, and how you advertise to each is very different. But that's where I'd be trying to tailor that, and your homepage is always going to be a bit of a catch-all. And so, yeah, hope that kind of slightly helps, but yeah.
Dave, we've got a range of customers here, and that this whole diagnose, test, adjust kind of methodology sounds great and practical. It can also take time, and it could be expensive. Can you give people a sense of, I don't know if it's budget or affordability for businesses in this room that would want to engage somebody like you in that kind of an environment?
Like specifically data story? Oh. Think about that. Yeah.
You're pitching at a special conference, right?
I don't want to. I don't want to sell. I just want to build trust.
I'm giving you permission. But aren't we curious? Like, I mean, I think there's clearly benefit here, and Data Story probably isn't the only firm that can provide this expertise.
Oh, totally.
But you know, I've known Dave for a long time, and I know some of the work that he does. So, and you're in the room, take advantage. But just give us a sense. Can you give us a sense of, you know, are we talking, you know, exorbitant amounts of money here that only, say, Bungie and Southern Discoveries and some of those kind of large firms can afford, or can some of the more, you know, household names here?
So let me try and like give like a, not just like a sales answer. Because this is worth noting, like having an agency partner is a really tricky relationship to have, because agencies charge for their time and they're always trying to charge a lot of money. Is that everyone's kind of like this is going terribly. No, so what I'm saying is like getting a good agency partner and building a relationship with them is like, can be a game changer for the business, but how you engage that agency, what am I trying to say? So the average probably like, concussion, yeah, great selling. Yeah, so we don't want to spend lots of time, we have to guard our time very carefully, and we don't want to spend ages scoping and helping out, and because we've just got to be very, very careful with our time, because that's all we've got to really sell, unless we do a product model. But the data story is like, I believe marketing is a superpower. We change where people vote, where they holiday, what they wear, what they eat, and I've seen that change the country, and I want to use that power for good. So our business model is to master the craft of marketing. So we're taking on companies that are doing good, and we're helping them, and we're refining our model, and we're getting to a point where we can, within reason, take the right organization and help them scale. And so that's our deal. So we want customers that align with our values and our purpose. Like, we don't want to just necessarily, like if a tobacco company was like, can you help us grow? I'd be like, no, that's not what we're trying to do here, sort of thing. So not that I'm sorry. I'm not against, well, no, I wouldn't. It's like, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. So we're slightly selective on who we work with, and then we're also, but for the most part, we go on a retainer because it means we don't spend time scoping. We're saying, cool, you've got to trust us and our process, and we want people to buy into that because we know systematically we'll find things that will have the return. And our model is to find the biggest gaps and opportunities in your journey so that we can quickly pay for ourselves, because we're performance marketers. We kind of got to hang our hat on that. So we try to run from probably like this, we need enough time to do our jobs well. So it depends on the clients. We sort of say, like, invest in us for 3-6 months. We actually don't hold anyone to it. If it's not working for you, it's not working for us, and we'd rather just drop it. So we don't lock people into contracts, but we do want people to be on board for the process. And then we'd probably say between 3,000 plus per month, basically. So we've got some clients spending, like big organisations doing a huge amount of work, and then we've got, sort of mom and pop businesses that still take a punt on us for some reason. So that,
all right. No, that's
I
good.
answered the question. All right, sorry, you made me blush. All right, thank you. Thank you.
So that's a little look for anyone who hasn't been there yet. Here Puna, Taimoana, hot pools by the sea. We are the new business that nearly didn't open. We are born in a pandemic in a low socioeconomic area of Christchurch called New Brighton. It was heavily impacted by the earthquakes. We're the tourist attraction that opened our doors with 0 tourists. So what are we about? Why do we exist? Well, Christchurch City Council took the bold move, and there was a lot of debate of, do we actually open the doors? And why have we gone ahead? We're all about regenerating New Brighton, a previous seaside playground for Cantabrians. And there's 2 key measures that we're looking to put in place in terms of achieving our goal of regeneration, or at least giving the area, I guess, a little kickstart. One is visitation. How many people can we bring into New Brighton to take a fresh look at an old favourite? So our goal in year number 1 was to look at 75,000 people to our doors. Small fry in terms of the numbers that most of you do in here, but a big change to the New Brighton area. The second part is, being a council facility, the community buy-in and dialogue was also very important, and we're measuring that in terms of our reviews. So my name is Merryn Skipper. I'm the General Manager, and I'm the person who has headed up this project of passion for me. It's actually an area that I grew up in Christchurch, so it certainly has quite a heartfelt reason for why I do my job on a daily basis. I probably have a slight Aussie twang because I lived there for 16 years, actually in Melbourne, so thank goodness I'm not there now. How lucky are we? And I was working in the fitness industry there for major providers, and predominantly specialising in a couple of areas. One was underperforming businesses, but the reason I probably got this role was for my capacity to open new facilities, where I've opened around about 70. And I have to tell you that here Puna Taimoana certainly is the one that I am most proud to be associated with. It's certainly the most memorable, and it is that rocking chair moment. And we can't wait to share our story. So I guess in terms of our facility, as we all know in this room, the last year has been extremely challenging. And opening a new business in this climate is certainly one to remember. Coming into council from a commercial background is also something to remember. To my shock and horror, when I looked at the software that was pre-selected and quite heavily invested in, I can say as well, to the tune of about $90,000 before I'd even started, it was not fit for purpose. So there was no capacity to book or to pay online. I'm not sure how council thought we'd run our business. Maybe a little bit similar to what the Mayor was describing with pen and paper. But we really were worried about being the laughingstock of this industry. And so we very quickly got into, we must find a software solution. And that's when we came across IBIS. And thank you to our friends in the room who helped us with decision making. So Hannah Springs took a fair amount of their time to walk us through all the reasons why it's working for them. And that was a big sway in our decision. So thank you, team. But also Tekapo we've worked with, and Polynesian Spa. I don't think we could have got it finally across the line without your help. And it's really lovely to now be in a position that as a new provider, we've been able to help Puki and JMac at Methven there come on board too. So we're very grateful for IBIS. So let's go back to the challenge. We all know what challenge looks like in this environment, but for us there were two specific things. So you can see in terms of our facility, we're very boutique. We are not the size of our competitors in this room. So capacity was always going to be an issue. How do we manage that there's not much else to do in New Brighton if you drive all the way, which by the way is just 15 minutes from Christchurch Centre, but there is a perception. I drove all the way to New Brighton, I got turned away from the pools, and there's absolutely nothing else to do there. So we have 5 main hot pools, and they're zoned into 3 different areas. So our hottest pools, which are closest to the sea, they're our relax and unwind pools. Our middle pool is for our fitness active crowd, and then our bottom 2 are for our families. We also have a cold plunge, which is quite popular for recovery and that sort of thing, and we often have sort of crusaders and those sorts of people hanging out in there. And then we do have a steam room and sauna that boasts really beautiful seaside views. There is an on-site cafe, so those of you who flew here might have noticed us in the Kia magazine. So that was a nice surprise for us. We thought that was August. So yes, challenges, capacity, certainly one that we needed to find an answer for, and we found that IBIS had that. The second thing was that old chestnut of tourism business, 0 tourists. We quickly had to pivot and go local market. We need to look after our locals. So how did we do this? I guess we implemented 2 key pivots or solutions. The first one was to address capacity, and that was all about getting into sessions. So kind of similar to what some ice rinks do. I think it's a little bit different from Queenstown ice rink, but Alpine Ice Rink in Christchurch runs sessions, and we emulated that. So we run 4 2-hour sessions daily, and we have a half-hour break in between for cleaning and sanitising all of our high-touch surfaces. Now, I guess in terms of using IBIS, yes, we're using IBIS just like you. However, we're probably using IBIS a little differently in that most hot pools are on admissions, and we're using reservations to create those sessions. So when we get to COVID, where our already small capacity needed to be further reduced, then this was a great system for us. And we'll acknowledge as well that it was a lot easier for us to implement than some of our counterparts who had an existing way to operate and then had to switch and change. So we were lucky like that. So COVID-wise, we could further restrict for physical distancing, and the other big thing, we've just seen it with privacy, is contact tracing. So we had a really good idea of exactly who was around who at what times due to the sessions. So that was a great benefit. Fast forward 1 year into being open, we're still using our sessions, and sessions are here to stay for us. And that is because we already have our guests, I guess, educated on how to use our business. And we're using it now to restrict our numbers, not for COVID, but purely for experience. And so what we want for our guests is a feeling that it's vibrant in the hot pools, but not overcrowded. And that's how we've been using that. Our second port of call was to look after the locals. That's the only market we had, right? So there were 3 key ways we looked to do that. The first was to put in place a pricing schedule that was discounted for Christchurch residents. Again, that tied back in well to being, I guess, a council facility. But also to acknowledge that as a regeneration project, we needed to have people visiting on repeat. 75,000 visitors coming once does not regenerate a suburb. So we introduced a residence card, or like a loyalty card. Nothing groundbreaking, but helpful for a new business to build a database. So that's our yellow card there. It's zero cost, you sign up online, and it's been very popular. We've had over 10,000 people sign up for that. Now, in the early days, operationally, it was quite challenging because we didn't foresee so many people joining it, to be honest. So the physical data entry was a bit of a problem, but certainly great to see that it's so popular and people want to come back on repeat. So pricing, a 22% discount for Christchurch locals, $14 entry for Christchurch residents, $18 for visitors. So we're a very low cost entry. The second is the residence card and getting 10,000 of those for our database. And then the third is our membership strategy. So membership wise, we have borrowed from the fitness industry from my background. So we have a 1 month membership at $77. We have a 12 month at $5.94, which represents $49.50 a month. And then we have a 10 visit pass, all considered a membership option for us, and that's $126. Now, what we did do was use the sessions to become a membership magnet. So what I mean by that is our members are our VIPs, and how we've delivered that is in level 1, members can simply turn up to a session without booking. And that's been a real draw card for them, and it's really encouraged membership sales. And so for us, that's been great because we've sold 1,100 of them within a year, which far supersedes what we expected. So moving into how has it worked for results? The first thing that I will premise is that we understand we are just the new kids on the block. We are fumbling our way through a very difficult environment, and we have so much to learn actually from the people in this room. The other thing that we'll premise is that we've been greatly assisted by being on the doorstep of a major city. 384,000 Christchurch residents has certainly been what has got us through, and we acknowledge that that is not available to everyone. But in terms of our stories, the pivots that we put in place have been highly successful. We had our first birthday last weekend. The weather was wicked. But the vibe was great. And we did get the best birthday gift you could hope for. We had 122,724 guests in our first year. When we're looking for 75,000, it's something that we're very proud of. Financially, that's translated well as well. We've actually finished on 163% of our year-to-date revenue. Being a regeneration project, looking at the impact to local business, like we've all felt the pinch, and it's been a challenging year. If you can do well and survive in this challenging year, you're ready for anything. And if I put that back to our poor New Brighton businesses, like we've had this for a year. They've had this for 10 years, longer, since the earthquakes, that they've been working hard, not collecting a paycheck. So something that we're actually really proud of is that in our first 5 months of opening, the FPOS collection increased by 300,000 in New Brighton. So local business is getting a great impact from us being open, which we're very proud of. And then the other measure was obviously visitation was important for regeneration, and ratings and reviews. And so on our Google reviews, we've been sitting at 4.8 out of 5 for our first year of opening, which makes us the #1 rated hot pools. But we do know that we have some competitors in this room hot on our heels at 4.7, and we need to lift the bar actually to what you're delivering. So yes, Onsen, we're watching you. Amarama Hot Tubs, I'm not sure where you guys are, but you're right there chasing us, keeping us real. So reviews also looking at what are the reoccurring themes from our guests, because there have been 5. They love our seaside location, and again, it's our unique selling point. But I also think it's the reason why in this room we can work together. We've got such different unique selling points as businesses, and we are much more complementary to one another than we are competitors. Number 2, believe it or not, well done IBIS, thank you. They say they love our booking system. So it was a little controversial for the people who couldn't get in at first, but once they're in, they love it. So they love that the capacity is restricted. Value for money, obviously important in COVID, as is cleanliness. And then the one that we're most proud of is that we're frequently told that our staff are very friendly. And so thank you to Francis, who heads up our guest experience team. So I guess in closing, I just wanted to say a big shout out to Team IBIS. We on a daily basis are so grateful for what we get out of being on board with your software. If we had gone down the initial route, oh my goodness, would have been very, very different. So it really has been the keystone to our year. So thank you very much for what you do and what you provide. I'd also like to acknowledge that we were an extremely difficult customer to get on board.
Everyone.
So Linde, I apologise to you for all of those phone calls and the layers of counsel which added to it, and the fast timeline that we needed things, but you delivered, and thank you very much. In terms of this room, I'd just like to say that it's an absolute privilege to be amongst you, and we really do feel like the rookies. We feel like you are robust in terms of your business and what you're doing. Absolutely take my hat off to seeing all of these wonderful things that you're doing and how well you're operating, and you are our inspiration to do better. And we certainly see you as experts. So we want to continue the learning and sharing of best practices well after this conference would be great. We want to move forward from what we've learnt in COVID to make sure that we are always seeking to improve and to innovate as well, and where we can build a business where well-being is not just for our guests, it's for ourselves. Personally, it's for New Brighton, our community, and it really is for the business. So that's our story.
Thank you, it was a nice introduction. Imagine you've just handed your bus driver or van driver a list of customers. It's got customer name, their number, their address, where they're being picked up from, everything the driver needs to pick the individuals up. The bus driver goes out and then he misplaces the customer list. All that customer information is now somewhere else. You don't know where it is. So what do you do next? What are your legal obligations? Well, I've given you this example of misplaced customer lists because this is a very common privacy breach. So not all privacy breaches are going to be the big data breaches you see on TV, like with the Waikato DHB at the moment. Some are going to be big, yes, but some will be very small, and in some situations can involve one individual's piece of information. Protecting personal information isn't just important in a legal sense, but it can also be bad for your business's reputation. So I'm here today to talk to you about what your obligations are when you your obligations when you collect customer information. This could either be through the IBIS system or through other methods. And so I'll just talk you through how I've split up my discussion. We're going to start out with your obligations. So I'll be talking through the privacy act where there's 13 principles that need to be followed. So this can be a wee bit overwhelming if it's the first time you've heard about these privacy principles. So I've got a wee handout on the side over there that's got them set out for you. Next, I'll be talking you through some real life privacy issues to get you thinking about privacy in a relatable context. Next, I'm going to talk about responding to a privacy breach from when you first identify a privacy breach to all the way to thinking about how you're going to prevent it in the future. Next, we'll be talking about electronic marketing. I know I've already had a few questions today about this, so this is particularly in relation to anti-spam law. Next, we'll have a Q&A session, so any questions that you guys have, I can try and answer, but I'll also be sticking around at the end to answer anything if you want to pop up and ask me afterwards. And then I'm going to give you my top 5 takeaways. So I've got top 5 tips that you can do today to better protect personal information in your business. So before I get started into the 13 privacy principles, let's talk about the definition of, let's talk about what the Act covers. So it'll set out, this is the Privacy Act, it'll set out when you can collect personal information, when you can use personal information, what you must tell individuals when you are collecting their information. It tells you that you must have particular safeguards in place to protect that information once you've collected it. It tells you when you must be reporting a breach to the Privacy Commissioner and to affected individuals, and it also sets out when you can disclose information beyond your entity. So information is defined as information about an identifiable individual. This is a really broad definition. So on the next slide, I've listed a few things that this could cover, but this list is not exhaustive. So it's anything, any information about an identifiable individual. So this could be customer details that have been entered into the IBIS system. This could be employee details that you hold, notes taken when interacting with customers, emails with customers and staff, or even recordings or photos of customers. And this also covers electronic or hard copies. So now that we have a wee bit of an idea of what personal information is, I'd like to talk about the 13 privacy principles. But before I begin, can I have a raise of hands of people in here that have a privacy officer? One hand. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. I was actually expecting a few more hands there. Are you the privacy officer? Okay, great. So every business should have a privacy officer. It's a legal obligation, and the privacy officer.
Take the hold again.
Yeah. No, so that's great. So everyone will be really interested in these next principles. One person in the room might be familiar with these because this is one of the roles of a privacy officer to be familiar with these 13 principles. So principle number 1, this sets out what personal information you can collect. So broken down, what every business should be asking themselves is collecting this personal information necessary to achieve something linked to our business activities? If the answer to this question is no, or if you can carry out the activities without without this information, then you shouldn't be asking for the information. So as a way of getting us thinking about this, I have done a wee comparison. So I wanted to compare a skydive and a day spa, which I think, I didn't realise it was going to be split the rooms like this, but I think this has worked out quite well. So for the skydive, let's assume that there's a pickup involved, and for the day spa, let's assume that it's a massage. So can we collect the person's name? Yes, we can, because we need to know who the individual is making the booking. Address for skydiving, you could ask this because there's a pickup, whether for the day spa you shouldn't be asking for this information. Phone number, yes for both, because you need to be able to contact them. Health information. So health information is particularly sensitive information. It's really important that you only ask health information that relates to the activity. So for a skydive, you could be asking about back problems, heart problems, or pregnancy. whether for a day spa you might ask other health questions like whether they have allergies, skin conditions, or again perhaps pregnancy depending on the type of massage. Where are you from is a question often asked, and no, it wouldn't be necessary to be asking that in either of these situations.
Is it however?
There's a wee bit of a caveat at the end. How much do you weigh? Again, skydiving, but probably not for a day spa. And do you play a sport? So I thought this one would be quite interesting. For skydiving, no, but for a massage at a day spa, perhaps if it was focused on a particular muscle or was in fact a sports massage, then that would be appropriate.
Gender?
Yeah. Gender, no. And I mean, is it necessary for either of these activities? No, I don't think gender would be an appropriate thing to be asking. So I had Christine come up earlier and she was asking about what if we wanted to collect somebody's date of birth to send them a gift certificate or something on their birthday. And so you can collect information beyond this as long as you make sure that they know that it's voluntary and not compulsory. And so with that gift card situation, you'd also have to make sure that they're ticking the marketing box as well at the end. So hopefully this has got you all thinking about the personal information you're collecting in your business.
How about an age range?
Um,
Instead of a date of birth?
Yeah, and so for skydiving, that could be appropriate, definitely, because I'm assuming you have to be over the age of 18 to be able to skydive. Is that? No. You don't? Oh, okay. No?
Especially not at the moment.
No. Okay. Interesting. But that could be necessary for your service. So if you're taking, say, a 7-year-old skydiving, that would be necessary for you to know.
Around what you can do depending on your age.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And we also need that highlighted when they check in, because it's just like it's one of those alerts that will come up for the tender master and they have to harness and if they're 12 or under, they can only go to 9,000 feet.
Yeah.
It's really important for us.
Yeah, definitely. Then that's definitely something that you guys can collect. It's definitely something that I would consider necessary to your business activities.
But in that situation, if the customer is above whatever age there's restrictions for,
Yeah, then you would,
18 and above, for example.
You wouldn't be asking if they're like 20 to 30 or 40 to 50. No, I don't think. Unless there's some reason to be asking for that information, then you wouldn't be asking for that information. Yeah.
Sorry, where you're from question, if that's an opt-in type of thing as well, would that then be allowed if it's not compulsory?
Yeah, so yes, you can have that as long as it's not compulsory. But when I get to my further on through the principles, you need to be telling people why you're collecting this information. So I'll get to that shortly.
But if you've got a product that's age-based, so child, adult, isn't date of birth acceptable in that way?
You should be asking what's necessary, so you should be asking if they're a child or an adult as opposed to asking their exact age.
If you've got a product that rolls over and if you put their details, if you give them the point of time age, trying to work out, when they cross through a threshold and become child to adult, their pricing changes, for example. That information you need to track. Date of birth is quite useful for that.
Yeah, so this is where they're coming back repetitively. Then I would say in that sort of situation, it would be fine.
Gender in a day spa.
Yes.
Sometimes it's quite difficult to tell the gender of someone, and if you're escorting them to changing rooms and things.
Yes.
It happens.
Then, I mean, let's go. So that question at the top, like, I would say, then yes, I think in that situation you could, yes. Yeah, so I don't know these businesses, like what they entail in depth. So, but obviously you do, and if that's something that you can justify, then yes, then you can collect it. Great. So I'm just going to move on to principle 2. So this relates to the source of information. So generally you should only be collecting information directly from the person it is about. So there are some exceptions to this rule, and one that you will probably want to know about is the exception where the other individuals have authorised the disclosure of information. So if there's one individual entering in a form for a bulk group of people, then this would be completely fine because they're doing it with consent. So principle 2, only collect personal information directly from the person it is about. And there's your exception. What to tell people. So this is what you need to be telling individuals when you are collecting the personal information from them. You need to tell them that the information is being collected, why the information is being collected, who will receive the information, contact details of your business, what happens if the person refuses to give the information, and the individual's rights to access and correct their information should they want to. So most of you, if not all of you, will have a privacy policy on your website, although after asking the privacy officer question, can I have a raise of hands who has a privacy policy on their website? Yes, that's a response I like to see. So this is because most of this information will be found in your privacy policy. And yeah, so this principle guides that. So it's important to make sure you have this information available to customers every time you're collecting their information. So if you are collecting information when they're checking in online, you should be giving them this information then, and then on the day when they're checking in, you should also be giving them this information here if you're collecting further customer information from them. So this doesn't necessarily have to be in a privacy policy printed out. It could be like up on a notice board for people to read, as long as you're letting them know that that's there to read. So this is one of my key takeaways at the end, but it's also worth mentioning now. It is to review your privacy policy. So make sure that this information is there in your privacy policy. So next we have the manner of collection. So essentially this is that you must collect personal information in a manner that's not unlawful or unreasonably intrusive. So if you're collecting this information directly from the individual, then this type of collection is completely fine, as long as you're not being misleading or forceful or anything like that. So that's not unlawful, unfair, or unreasonably intrusive. Principle 5 relates to the storage of personal information and security. So you must ensure that there's safeguards in place that are reasonable in the circumstances to prevent misuse or unwanted disclosure of information. And this is often set out in internal policies. But this also depends on how sensitive the information is. So more sensitive information will have more safeguards. Information stored physically and electronically will also have different safeguards. So physically, you're going to be storing files in a locked cabinet. You might only be giving access to physical files to those who need it, so such as restricting a key. Whether for electronic information, you'll be making sure things are secured with passwords, restricting access to files, and again, monitoring who has access. So it's also important to remind staff what these safeguards are and make sure that they are familiar with them. So the next 3 privacy principles are quite short and simple, so I put them all on one slide here. So the first is, this is my spot, the right individuals have to access information, and then the right to have information about them corrected, and then also that you should ensure information is accurate and up to date before sending it. So all of these make commercial sense as well. You want to make sure that you have correct information before you're using it. Principle 9 is retention, and this is probably the most overlooked principle of all the principles. So this is that you must to only keep personal information, so don't keep personal information if there's no use for it and no law requiring it to be kept. So this will depend a lot on why the information was collected in the first place and what you told people when you were collecting the information. This principle also comes, it intersects with other pieces of legislation, such as employment law or tax law. So if you have to keep the information for those reasons, then that's completely fine. So overall, only keep personal information if you have a use for it or if there's a law requiring you to keep it. So next is principle 10. This is use. So this principle is really important because it tells you how you can use the personal information once you have it. So the general rule is that you can use it for a purpose, the purpose it was collected, or a directly related purpose. So the purpose of collection should be communicated to your customers when you're telling them why you're collecting the information. So this is most likely set out in your privacy policy already. But when it comes to information for a directly related purpose, the New Zealand Privacy Commissioner actually has some suggestions on how you can decide if it's a directly related purpose. And so this is through a test known as the No Surprises test. So the No Surprises test is asking yourself, would the way I am planning to use this personal information come as a surprise to the person I collected it from? If the answer to this question is yes or probably, then it's unlikely you should be using it for this purpose. So I have a personal experience example from last time I was in Queenstown. I did a hot air balloon experience. So I gave them my name, my phone number, and my address. And the purpose of collection was that so they could give me this hot air balloon experience. So they used my email address to send me details about the booking. No surprises, I would expect that. They used my phone number to contact me the day before to tell me about weather conditions. No surprises there. They used my address to give to the van driver to pick me up. Again, no surprises. And they took my weight on the day to calculate, obviously, the overall weight of the balloon that would be flying. Again, no surprises. So all these types of uses of my personal information were for a directly related purpose. If, say, however, they took my photo while I was on the hot air balloon and they posted it on Facebook, this is less likely to be for a directly related purpose, and in such a circumstance, I would be well within my rights to ask them to take it down, and if they didn't, I could report them to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. So this is Principle 10, the general rule that you must only use information for the purpose it was collected or a directly related purpose.
If you specify that you may use it for social media in your disclaimer, is that okay?
Yes, you could put that, and so this is why it's really important to have a privacy policy that reflects what you're using the information for. So they'll be agreeing to your privacy policy, and if you have that specifically in there, then that would be fine.
So like if someone's making a booking online, they put their email address in, and there's a box they can tick if they want to be.
If they want what?
If there's a box they want to tick, they can tick if they want to be contacted again. That's completely okay.
Yes. Sorry, so you're saying if...
We've collected information from them online, like when they've made a booking, and then we ask them if they want to be contacted from us again, and they've ticked yes, like that's, there's nothing else we should be doing.
No, as long as you've got that, so to send them a message after. Yeah, as long as you've got that consent to send them a message after, that's fine. Yeah. So next we have Privacy Principle 11 and 12, and this relates to disclosing personal information outside your business. So it's quite limited. So again, it's for the purpose or a directly related purpose. It's where the individual has authorised the disclosure. It's where the individual is no longer identifiable. Here we go, sorry. No longer identifiable, or for health and safety reasons. So say if you had collected health and safety information on check-in and then they were injured during their activity, you could disclose this to the medical personnel on the day through this principle to avoid endangering that person's life even further. So when it comes to disclosing information overseas, there's additional safeguards. So I didn't know if anyone here would be disclosing information to overseas, so I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but basically you need to make sure that the overseas entity is also subject to the New Zealand Privacy Act, or they have comparable safeguards, or the person has authorised that disclosure to the overseas entity.
Is the the customer have the right to ask for information that's been stored about them?
Yes.
So if you've got some guest notes where there's been some sort of altercation or problem that you've kept on record as a sort of just as a record, they have to be disclosed.
So that's personal information that you hold about them. So yes, you would have to, if they asked for that information, you would have to disclose it to them. Lastly, there we go. So that's disclosure overseas. Lastly is Privacy Principle 13, another one that's not commonly known. So unique identifiers are numbers that are given to people from different organisations. So this is like your driver's licence number, passport number, things like that. You can't be using that same number for a customer number. So if somebody gives you their driver's licence number, you can't be like, oh, that's going to be their customer number now. That's not permitted.
But email addresses are okay.
Yeah, well, email addresses, yeah, but the customer number. So if that was your identifier, the email address was the identifier, that would be fine. But you can't be taking their driver's license number and reassigning it as their customer number. Great, so I've now talked to you about the 13 privacy principles. So can I have a raise of hands now who is going to appoint a privacy officer to be responsible for these? Yay, that's good. A few more hands. Are you sure everyone is going to appoint a privacy officer? Okay. So the one more obligation, I just want to set out a wee bit more about the role of a privacy officer. Maybe they're thinking, oh, this could be me. These privacy principles didn't look so bad.
Hayley, is there a proof point around that in case you get asked, is there a privacy officer? I mean, does it need to be written down anywhere in company policies, or is it just a matter of...
It's good practice too. It's good practice to have it written down somewhere. There's no... and it's a legal obligation to have it, but there's nobody going around to every business and checking that they have a privacy officer, no. So just talking about the privacy officer a wee bit more. So they're going to be familiar with the privacy principles that we've discussed today. They're going to ensure compliance with the Privacy Act. They're going to deal with requests for access and correction of customer information. They'll often be the person dealing with complaints, and if there's any investigation, they'll be working with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for that. So everyone's taken photos? Go ahead.
Is there a particular role in the business that you would anticipate this sit in with, like sub-martin or information like...
Yeah, and that's a great question. So who would be a privacy officer? So in smaller organisations, it's normally like the general manager or the business owner. Whether in larger organisations, they'll have someone specifically defined to that role. So we have people in our firm, because it's quite large, that just have their privacy officer role. Yeah, so it depends on the size of your organisation and where you can make it fit.
When it comes down to CCTV footage and recording people and doing things, and actually, that's obviously information that you're effectively storing about people that you go back and look at.
Yes.
How does that fit into this?
So you should make sure that so you're collecting personal information. So that like why you're collecting it, all that information should be displayed somewhere, perhaps on a board, before you're collecting that information. And then it should only be the way in which you're collecting it needs to be necessary for the purpose. So say if you were you had CCTVs set up to monitor how many people were coming into an event you were hosting, then you wouldn't have high definition CCTV cameras that can monitor faces, because you don't need to know who they are, you just need to know where the flow of people is coming from. So it depends on the situation there as well. Yes, but that if you can identify the individual, then it's collecting personal information. Yes. Beyond the roles that they have, it's great to build trust with customers, to advise the organisation on compliance internally, and be familiar with legislative updates that relate to the Privacy Act. So this is another one you may want to take a photo of. So this is free online learning for a privacy officer. So these are e-learning modules that a person can work their way through to familiarise themselves with the privacy principles and the role of privacy officer in a workplace. Okay. So these are the 13 privacy principles here. And again, I've got a handout, which I think some people may have grabbed on the way in, but there are a few there still put on the way out, which have the principles on them. So I've tried to select some real life examples that are reasonably common to help you start thinking about privacy issues in your own space. So COVID-19 login books. I'm sure a lot of you have a login system that perhaps looks a lot like this. But this is in fact has multiple privacy breaches. So, So first of all, when a customer is signing in, you're disclosing all the previous customer's information to that customer, which is a breach of the disclosure principle. Also, there's no privacy statement or privacy policy set out there stating why they're collecting that information, which is another breach of a principle. And then beyond the scenes, how long are they keeping that information for? Is it for longer than what's reasonably necessary? So the COVID tracker should be kept for 4 weeks and no longer. So what you can do to make this compliant. So a lot of people are starting to use a ballot box system now, so you can't see people's details that were previously written down. And making sure that there's a statement. It could just be next to those two, next to the scanning code and the other sign there. You could have a privacy policy put up setting out why you're collecting the information and when you're going to
get included on the actual data from the Ministry of Health. I mean, because if you want to do it and you've got to put a thing up there that you've got to scan the QR code or sign in, then surely they should have that information there to say the reason why this business is collecting it is because of this.
So I did have a look on the Ministry of Health website, and they've got like a ballot box sort of a tab thing that you can pull apart, and they do have a sort of sample privacy policy statement that you can have set up with it. I have seen a few around there like this, so my understanding is that this wasn't the initial advice given from the Ministry of Health, but is definitely the advice that's given now is to use a ballot box system or some other system. I know some people have a sort of like a burner phone and they have a text message that they can send in, like so you can just text the organisation that you're there and you were there at this time. And that's another way of doing it with staying compliant with privacy laws. Another thing you would want to do is sort of diarise reminders to get rid of this information when you no longer need it. The next one, I gave away a wee bit because I flicked forward this slide, but I was hoping someone could guess the most commonly reported privacy breach.
Email.
Yes, it is. It's emails in error. So this could be sending emails to the wrong recipient, or it could be accidentally sending the wrong attachment to the wrong person. So these become a problem when these emails contain personal information about other people, particularly if it's sensitive information such as health information, which you could be collecting as part of your tourism operation. So in the news, just last week, the New Zealand police were put under scrutiny because they sent firearms licence renewal reminders to a bunch of people using the carbon copy function, CC function, instead of blind carbon copy. So everyone could see everybody else's email addresses. Yes, and so they ended up having to, bad for their reputation, yes, but they had to go and contact all the affected individuals and tell them what had happened. So there were no addresses, so it obviously could have been a lot worse because you could have been exposing where all the guns were kept to a lot of people. But yes, still a privacy breach that took place. So I have a few tips to avoid sending emails in error. Implement a send delay function. So this is a function that can sit in Outlook, and it means after you press the send function, the email doesn't get sent for 2 minutes or whatever time period you want. So this gives you enough time. I always find if I send the wrong email, it's like seconds after I think, oh, I've sent it to the wrong person. And then also familiarise yourself with the Outlook recall button, so you can recall an email after you've sent it if the person hasn't opened it. So that's another handy tip. And then for mass emails, let's learn from the New Zealand Police and always use the the blind carbon copy function and not the carbon copy function. So next, I have an example. This is a mechanic who contacted a female customer to tell her she was gorgeous. So he obtained that information from her customer file after she'd been in to get an oil change. So the lady knew her privacy rights. She told him that she was appalled, but this was posted to Twitter and it was retweeted over 150,000 times. Her response is quite long, but this bit here really sums up what she was saying. So this is not an uncommon issue. This type of breach could really damage a business's reputation. You really don't want to be known as the company with the creepy employees. Yeah, I know, it doesn't have a great name to begin with. So again, we see a breach of disclosure of personal information. So it's important that you ensure that your staff know that personal information is not supposed to be used in any personal capacity. And you can also monitor who's accessing information and making sure employees only have access to the information that they need to do their job. So now that I've come to the end of my examples and that you've had a chance to think about the privacy principles, I just thought I'd have a 2-minute break so I can grab a wee bit of water. But if you guys want to maybe chat amongst yourselves about a privacy principle that perhaps you were surprised about or who you think you might be appointing as a privacy officer. Great. I just thought I'd add an upselling, like, as your tip. Sounds like everyone's had a good conversation. Great. So I'm sure you all know who is going to be the privacy officer in your business now. So next, I'm going to be talking about responding to a privacy breach. So So there are 4 steps to responding to a privacy breach. This is contain the breach immediately and find out what went wrong. Assess the risk of the privacy breach to determine how serious it is. In some situations, you'll be under an obligation to notify the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, affected individuals, and if it affects the IBIS system, you are also under an obligation to notify IBIS. And the final stage is prevention, because you don't want the same breach happening twice. I'm going to talk you through each of these steps so that you understand how to respond. So first, a breach takes place. So this is any unauthorised or accidental access or disclosure, alteration, loss or destruction of personal information. Or it's an action that prevents the business from accessing the information on either a temporary or permanent basis. So this could be caused by someone inside your business, or it could be somebody outside the business. So this is like perhaps somebody that's gained access to the system. It could be a physical break-in, sending emails to the wrong recipients, so any unauthorised access. Contain. So action needs to be taken right away to contain the breach. This could be attempting to get the information back, disabling the breach system, cancelling or changing passwords and access codes, or trying to fix any electronic security weaknesses. The person in your business responsible for dealing with privacy issues should also be notified. So this is likely to be your privacy officer, but it could be a number of other individuals in your company. So you may also want to consider informing the police if it's criminal in nature, what's happened, and also your legal advisors. The next thing you want to do is assess the situation. So you need to consider the types of personal information involved. The more sensitive the information increases the risk that it could cause harm to people. What the information might show. So as with the New Zealand Police example, addresses along with the email would show where guns are located. So different combinations can show different things. You want to consider the extent of the breach, so how many individuals are affected. How many people can access the information? Is it just one person, or has it been exposed to the general public? The risk of this information being circulated further, and the potential harm to people. One more, who holds the information now? So if unknown, or if they have malicious intent, then this will pose a much greater risk. Once this assessment's in place, then you'll be able to really set a plan for the next steps in your response. One of these steps may be that you need to notify. So notifiable privacy breaches haven't been around for a long time. They were part of the Privacy Act 2020 update in December last year. But not every privacy breach is going to be a notifiable privacy breach. But it's important that every breach is assessed, because you need to make sure that if it is, it's being notified. This is because there's a $10,000 fine instantly for not reporting this type of breach. And affected individuals, if they do suffer harm, they could bring a claim to the Human Rights Tribunal, which can award up to $350,000. So this is important.
And is that based on the company rather than the individual?
Yes, yes, so it will be for the company. Oh. Sorry, I just wanted to talk a wee bit more about a notifiable breach. So if as a result of the breach, people will or are likely to suffer serious harm, you should notify these individuals that the breach has occurred so that they have the opportunity to safeguard themselves. This might be changing their password, cancelling their credit card. Along with this, you'll need to notify the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. However, if there's no harm, then this is not required. So when you're at the previous assess stage of your analysis, you'll be considering a lot of the same things you're considering now. But you also need to be considering potential harm, whether there's a risk of identity fraud or theft, whether there's a risk of physical harm, risk of humiliation, this could be loss of dignity or damage to a person's reputation. and what the people could do in response. So the Office of the Privacy Commissioner has a Notify Us tool. So I've screenshot it here, and when you go into the Responsibilities tab, you just click on the Do I Need to Notify tab. It asks you a whole bunch of questions, you plug it in, and it should normally produce a response. Well, it will produce a response about whether it is a notifiable breach or not. Even if it says it's not a notifiable breach, retain this response because it's good to justify it down the line if it does become an issue. The final stage is prevention. This is because you don't want the breach happening twice. This step basically requires taking time to investigate the cause of the breach and make appropriate changes. So this could be updating internal policies as a response, or conducting a security audit, or further training for employees. So now I've talked to you about contain, assess, notify, and prevent. Just going to flick through to electronic marketing because I know there's a lot of interest in this. So I'm focusing on electronic marketing in relation to anti-spam law. So sending advertising to customers is closely linked to your privacy obligations because obviously you're using that personal information to send a message. So what is spam? It's an email, instant message, text message, and I've got in brackets fax because I don't think anybody sends fax anymore, but in case they do. It's commercial in nature and it's sent without the recipient consenting to receiving the email. So this is not restricted to bulk messaging, and it could just be one email message sent to one individual. So a commercial message, so this is a message that markets or promotes goods or services, or it has links to do the same. What it is not. It's not a response to a request. It's not a message that facilitates, completes, or confirms a commercial transaction. It's not safety or security information, and it's not factual information about a subscription or a membership. So once you have your marketing team, maybe you are the marketing team here, put together a great, say, Queen's birthday weekend deal, you need to decide who you're going to send that email to. You need to find out if you have consent to send it. So there's 3 types of consent that you can obtain. Express consent, this could be through the tick box function on your website. I know that this is available as one of the IBIS functions, but this could also be filling in a physical form when they arrive, and consent can also be given expressly verbally. Deemed consent is where somebody's details are available publicly online, and inferred consent is where the business relationship or the customer relationship has been built up to a point where you can infer that they would want you to send that email. So the most commonly used method is express consent, but regardless, it's important that you maintain a record of the consent that you're using. So if you are using the IBIS system to record this consent and you're getting consent elsewhere as well through a form, make sure that you're recording those 2 different types of consent. So now you have consent, you can send advertising and marketing. What if you have no consent? So as I said before, it doesn't include a message that facilitates, completes, or confirms a commercial transaction. So thank you emails is one that gets asked about a lot, and surveys as well. So I will answer these questions, but first I just have a practical tip. So it's fine when it does that. So you can send marketing emails at the end of what I call a transactional email, an email that facilitates, completes, or confirms a transaction. Earlier on this side, we were talking about upselling. So if you are upselling in a product that's already a transactional email, that's completely fine. You can send marketing at the bottom of a transactional email, that's fine. So I actually have some examples. So if you have a booking confirmation, then you can send marketing at the bottom of this, when providing information about the booking, when sending a receipt, or when sending photos of the activity after the fact. Those would all be fine. So just remember that without consent, you can still send marketing so long as it's part of a transactional email. So when it comes to thank you emails, our firm does not think that transactional emails that thank you emails fit into a transactional email because it takes place after the transaction has come to an end. So if your business does send a thank you email, it's important that the transaction that it's part of a transactional email, or that the person has consented to receiving marketing. So next.
What about feedback that be part of the same?
Yeah, so feedback's like surveys. So surveys, the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner says that if the purpose of the survey is commercial, such as to promote a good or service, brand loyalty, then the message is considered spam. So without consent, you shouldn't be sending a commercially focused survey. So without seeing the specifics of the survey that you're asking, I can't safely say whether it's commercial in nature or not, but assuming that it relates to your business, it probably is. So without getting a professional look at it, I wouldn't say to send it, unless they've obviously consented to receiving marketing email.
Did you say before though that the email had photos of the activity as part of the transaction?
Yeah, so it would still be part of if you were sending an email of the event afterwards, the transaction, we consider it would still be taking place.
So you could put those things in that link down. You could put
because this would be considered marketing, so you could put marketing down the bottom of that.
Right.
Yeah, so it's kind of adjusting what you're doing to make sure that you're not crossing that line.
But if you think of a no surprises thing, if you're leaving a place, an experience, you're generally going to be asked, how was your day, did you have a good stay, good trip? That's part of the transaction physically. If that interaction didn't happen, then why is it not a surprise that someone's receiving that after?
So the privacy principles fall underneath the Privacy Act 2020, where all these rules fall under the Unsolicited Electronic Messages Act. So these are sort of like rules that layer above your privacy obligations rather than one or the other.
If you've had a treatment or visited the complex, and then the next day or that night you're getting a thank you for visiting, the no surprises must fit in there.
Yeah, so it's this previous test that we need to satisfy. So does it facilitate, complete or confirm the transaction? And there is perhaps a bit of wriggle room to say that a thank you email completes a transaction. But our firm has developed the view that the transaction has come to an end, and that's beyond the transaction. So somebody said to me earlier that they get thank you emails when they haven't selected the marketing option, and this is perhaps they're interpreting it differently, and it is a wee bit of a risk. So if you are found to be non-compliant of the Unsolicited Electronic Messages Act, you're most likely to be issued a compliance notice first before anything else happens. So they may be deciding to take the risk that they'll wait until they get a compliance notice.
Do you know if any compliance notices have been issued around thank you letters for any organisations outside of tourism or anywhere?
No, I don't know. I don't think there has been. I had a bit of a look at it and I couldn't find anything. So I don't know the exact answer to that. Yes.
So Hayley, your firm has determined that thank you emails go beyond the transaction. Is there a case law to support that? I mean, where did you come? Is it just a conservative approach that your firm has taken?
Yeah.
Or is there a case law to prove that?
So there's no case law on it because obviously compliance notices get issued first, so there's nothing through the courts on it. And yeah, we actually had a bit of, I knew that this was quite a contentious topic. We had a bit of a robust debate about it in our firm, and so that's why I said the firm's decided that thank you emails would be beyond this, and they shouldn't be sent unless the person's consented to it or it's part of another transactional email.
That goes with social etiquette, because it is a socially accepted
might be a participation in the service.
And I think, and that's a risk that you could take. I mean, is anyone thinking about, are people going to complain about receiving a thank you email? So no, so it would have to be a person complaining for it to get to that point.
And it might depend.
I doubt it will hold up to court because of the social climate, and that's part of social climate.
But if you included in that email, you know, thanks for coming, and that's all it was.
Yeah, that's right.
Hope you had a great stay. Then that might be fine. But if the content also included, you know, rank us on TripAdvisor, please post this review here, do this, then it might kind of push it over the line.
So
Exactly.
push it over the line, you need to have permission.
Yeah.
Mm.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If your thank you email contained information about how they can access their photos from their trip or their video, because for our operation they don't get the video until maybe like 1 hour afterwards.
Yeah.
So if that was the purpose of your email, would that be okay? Because you're
I feel completely comfortable saying that that's part of the transactional email, yes. I think that would be completely fine. And that's a great way to do it. I mean, if you send a receipt at the end or send a photo as part of the thank you email, then that's going to be completely fine. Yeah.
Hey, Hayley, can you said something earlier that I think maybe was just sort of tangentially stuck with me, but I don't know if it was clear. You talked about the difference between privacy laws and then sort of anti-spam laws, right? And each of those kind of are separate items. So earlier, I think Lanjouw asked a question about can you say in your privacy policy that photos might be used, you know, photos taken of you during this experience might be used, you know, in their advertising or something. And so long as it's disclosed there, I think you said it was okay.
So they should be, so you want the customer to authorise that type of use, particularly for marketing. You want to make sure that you're recording that they've agreed.
But again, you can't use implied consent in that scenario. They actually should be checking a box saying...
Yes, we would definitely recommend that they check a box.
Could it be included in your general T's and C's? That are outlined whilst you're agreeing.
And they're doing a tick box saying that they agree to them, then yes, that would be fine. So we've done thank you email surveys. I wanted to talk a wee bit about refer a friend campaign. So this is where you send an email to one friend, to somebody who's consented to receiving marketing, and then they send it on to another friend. So this type of marketing is fine, so long as you're not encouraging that person to send it on to 100 people, because then it would be spamming. So that's a method that a lot of people use and often ask about. So I'm just a little bit conscious about time. I just want to go over quickly making your emails compliant. So you need to, when you're sending out your marketing email, you need to have information about your business, and you need to have an unsubscribe function. So this doesn't have to be like a fancy click to unsubscribe, but it needs to be some method of unsubscribing. So it could just be replying to the email with unsubscribe, the word. You need to have that there.
But that's not relevant to transactional emails, right?
No, not transactional emails, just marketing emails after they've agreed to receiving them. Yes?
What if you consent within one system, but they're extracting that data, putting it into a different system, and then opt out in another? Is there, because you said you have to have an opt out, so I guess it's kind of IBIS related, because customers can opt in on our IBIS website, but maybe our customers are taking that data and putting it into MailChimp. So now they've taken that data, put it into MailChimp, but MailChimp has the way to opt in and opt out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so they still have the opportunity to opt out, and when they're opting
in MailChimp though, not within IBIS.
But when they're opting in the first place, are they opting to receiving marketing from IBIS or from, is it MonkeyChimp?
MailChimp.
MailChimp, sorry.
From IBIS.
Right, so they shouldn't be receiving marketing email from any other entity than IBIS if they've agreed to receiving it from IBIS.
It's not from IBIS, it's from the company that's...
Oh, okay, then that's fine. Yes, that's completely fine.
You just only extract the data from your report that you've got consent to, then put it into MailChimp, and that eliminates everything.
Yes, that would be fine as well.
As a question, how
slightly different. How long can you hold on for data? Like I know there's customers here with 17 years worth of names and stuff in their system. And especially from a health and safety point of view, if say you look at Bungee and someone comes back a month later and said, hey, I've got a real sore neck, they need to be able to go, well, you never told us you had an injury.
Yeah.
So how long can we hold on for it and how should we destroy it?
And I think your example is a really great way of demonstrating how long you can keep it for. Like, if there is a need for it, then keep it. But if there's no need for it anymore, you shouldn't just be keeping it because you want that information to, I don't know, for some reason that you might need it in the future or that you want to analyse it in some way.
Sorry, sort of like with IBIS, everything is so integrated that if we want to be able to do, like, you know, I want to look at a report even from 10 years ago financially, because that's relevant for me. I don't actually care about the individual data, but I can't eliminate the financial data without, like, just running customer risk.
And if they're no longer identifiable, then you can keep that information for as long as you want. So perhaps you could be deleting the bits that you don't need and just retaining the stuff that you don't need.
Could you keep like customer, like obviously that would be extremely like, that would be a lot of work to be involved to delete individual certain information, wouldn't there?
We'd automate it. We'd put a setting in the system that says after this, maybe the name just gets hashed and randomised characters or something, but the records all still there. And
yes?
What about, say, a colleague leaves and you're like, oh, you want to make sure that there's not things that are going, you know, you want to make sure that you keep everything from that colleague, so you divert the email to your email inbox. Would that be a breach because you might receive things that's meant for somebody else?
Yeah, no, that would be fine. That would be completely fine. So it's that. So the individual's working for the same company.
Yeah. And then they've left, so then.
Yeah, that would be completely fine. Right. Yeah. So we do have to cut the Q&A short because I am aware that we are 2 minutes over time. So before, I'm just going to flick you through to the last slide. Top 5 takeaways. Ensure you have an unsubscribe function. Check you have consent before sending advertising. Familiarise yourself with internal safeguards, the things that you have in place to protect personal information. Appoint a privacy officer, please. And then review your privacy policy. So if you feel comfortable going through the privacy policy, the privacy principles, and cross-checking that what you're telling customers is what you're doing, do that. But if you need legal advice, legal help, we can help you with that too. And again, with internal policies and procedures, that's what I focus on in my firm, so I'm more than willing to help you with that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to be talking about all of the new features that we have been implementing in the last year or so. And you're going to have definitely heard some of these throughout the conference because we have been talking about them in our presentations and in our workshops, but it's going to be good anyway to get a full list of these. So I'm also going to be talking a little bit what we've been doing in the background and also the product strategy and roadmap going onwards. So new features. Starting with that, so I want to present to you some of the cool stuff that we have added. It's been a bit of a whirlwind of a year with COVID, causing us to gain some customers but lose some customers. And then the customers that we kept all wanted to change up how they were doing things. So I'm going to start with 2 new modules that we actually developed. So one of these is Scheduler and the other one is Flight Planner. So this is not particularly applicable to everybody, but it is going to shape the way we are going forward within IBIS. All right, so we've got, I'm going to talk about appointments and hire. So appointments and hire, they are technically, what we call scheduler. It's a bit of a overview, a diary overview of your reservations in IBIS. So each of these 3 things, appointments, hire, and activity, they have each their own place in IBIS, and it has different operators doing different things and having different needs. So I want to talk to you a little bit about those differences between appointments, hire, and activity. So what they actually are. So appointments is mostly used for our spa customers. So in an appointment, you're going to have a customer, Beyonce, who is going to be in one room and is going to be treated by one staff person, hopefully not a doctor. And altogether that makes in one appointment booking that staff person is taken and that room is taken. Then with hire, that's mostly used for private pools currently. Can also be used, however, for boats or maybe kayaks or anything else you can hire. Maybe not towels, but yeah, anything that requires a booking. So you've got multiple customers in the booking, and it takes up one resource, a pool, and it puts them all in one booking, so you can't book any more people onto that private pool because it's private, you don't want any strangers in there. And then with our activity bookings, you've got multiple customers using multiple services within one booking, and you can book onto an activity that has multiple bookings on it. So you could be going on a trip with Homer and Einstein. All right, so that's a little bit about the differences of hire, appointments, and activity. So I'm just going to show you a little bit what that scheduler looks like. So scheduler comes in appointments and hire. So this is what one of those, a busy day looks like in an appointment scheduler screen. So this could be going also, looking at maybe this could be modeling where we're going with our activity bookings. It's sort of maybe a mix between having a availability overview or your search overview and if you use a resource planner. So along the top here, you've got your therapists, and then you've got these blobs, which are all bookings. So they can have their own color and duration and cleaning time assigned to them. You can set up your staff availability, so you can also say they have breaks here or they're on sick leave. And then to make a new booking, you simply click on the left-hand side on one of your products, find a space where it fits, and in the background it will be looking at whether there's a therapist who can do that product and if there's a room available for that product as well. So hire then actually looks pretty similar, but then it has the pools or your resources along the top. And making a booking works a little bit differently though. So when you make a booking, you get this availability overview. So here you've got an overview for a week of availability. And there we go, week of availability. You can also select how many pools you want to book at the same time. So that's pretty good if you get a few different people all booking at the same time. They're coming in a group, but they each want their own pool. You can also add on transport. So transport makes a activity booking in the background. So onto a shuttle, for example, for a pickup. And then it returns availability based on what you've selected. Everything that's green you can book, and then you click on that and make your booking. So this is maybe where our availability screen for normal departures could be heading at. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a sip of water and breathe. All right, so moving on to Flight Planner. So Flight Planner we developed about a year ago, so mainly for skydive operations, but we've always had the goal in mind to also make this work for other sightseeing flight operations. So our Flight Planner is an operational weight and balance system that allows the user to safely manifest a load according to legal and recommended weight limitations. So a whole lot of brain power went into this, and Erik's background in physics certainly helped with that. So it's pretty complex, but I'll just show you a little bit about how it kind of works. So we start off with the flight check-in. So this is after the customers have checked in. You can see all of their details in this screen. And so you can, if there's alerts maybe, so alerts can be set up if the customer is under 18 or if they have COVID. You know, so yeah, you can set these up and then you can see that in this screen if there's something that you need to pay attention to. You can also add in weights, so for operational reasons, obviously. Then in this panel you can allocate add-ons, and then in the pedal below it tells you information about the flight. Not going to go into that. Then this is the flight planner itself. So over here you can set up your flights. You can set what staff you have on site that day. You can then put your customers onto the load and pair them up with the tender master. You can move them around in the load basically. So this middle part is where you're manifesting your load. And then over there it shows you whether it's balanced or not. So it's green, good. If it's red, it's bad. And then you can also set up your status of your plane or your flight or your load. And then based on that status, it will be available to see on hangar screens. So that looks kind of like this. So then your staff can see when they're on, who their customer is, if they have any medical conditions. And then the customers can also see like when they're going and get excited. All right. Moving on to e-commerce. So a little bit more available for everybody. And so if you've seen in Anne-Louise's presentation, you'll have heard some of these things that I'm going to mention already, but if you weren't in that presentation, then this is all new. So first off, part payment methods. So part payments are available if you sign up through Hum or Zip, and these are available through Windcave. And so if you want to sign up with them, you first need to go to them, but then you can go and enable this on your Windcave account. If you have any questions about that, you can talk to Daniel. And then we also implemented an integration with Afterpay. So Afterpay is technically available for everyone in this room if you can get a merchant account with them. They accept new customers on a case-by-case basis. And if you are interested, we can put you in touch with the right person. So besides the third-party integrations, we also have some internal features. So first off is deposits. So this is for reservations. So you can select, the customer can select whether they want to pay a deposit only when they book online or whether they pay the full amount. And so that could, if you have a high value product, that could make it a little bit easier for the customer to decide to buy it. And then we've got booking fees. So, you know, if you want to charge more instead of less, you can charge a booking fee as well. So, just very curious if anyone in this room is actually interested in booking fees, adding on booking fees.
We can call a credit card fee as well.
No one. Cool. Good use of our time. All right. Well, then I'm going to move on to customer communication. Only transactional emails, of course. So we actually did quite a lot of restructuring of our emails in the background. So this has set us up to do a lot more development going forwards. And so what's new in this area is the reminder emails. So reminder emails are sent maybe a day or two or so before the trip to remind the customer of their trip. And you can also include like a check-in link in these emails, for example. Then there's itinerary emails. So itinerary emails aren't particularly new. But what you can do with these now is that you can also select, ask us to enable this to send from your website. So what that means is if someone books multiple products on your website, it sends an itinerary email, and the itinerary email shows multiple bookings within one email rather than sending multiple booking emails. So there's a little bit of, if you do have different brands, there might be some tricky little things in there, but yeah, we can discuss those. Then there's branded text receipt emails. So if you have branded e-commerce websites, so if you have different e-commerce websites, you can have also branded text receipt emails. So if someone books on the Willowbank website, they get the Willowbank receipt. And if they book on the Cortana website, they get the Cortana receipt. And then you can send those manually from point of sale as well. We also did a text message integration with Burst SMS. So Burst SMS is a third-party provider that you have to sign up with and pay for your text messages. But what we can do now as well is send these texts from either the booking screen or from your departure screen. So also if you are a user of Scheduler, you can use the departure screen to send these text messages. So this is a little bit what that looks like. So you select your bookings from your departure screen, click on the SMS button, and either choose one of your templates, or you can also just type in some text to send an ad hoc message. So these messages can only be transactional. They can only be about about your booking. So these are used for weather updates. So as you can see here, this is for a skydive operation. So it's like your skydive is on hold because of weather. And so yeah, it can be used for that, not for promotions. And next to that, SMS texting, you can also email in bulk from the departure screen. So a bit like the same thing, you select your bookings and then click on the email button. And then we've also implemented a merge text field in there so that you can put some additional information on your template. Okay. Just a second. Cool. Check-in. So for those who aren't familiar with check-in, our check-in module consists of a waiver that can be signed digitally on a tablet. So this is mostly used for activities where you put your life in the hands of some Eastern European adrenaline junkie. And the operator needs to know that we're not in America and you can't sue them. So it can also be used for spa treatments where you need to know some medical data. So previously, this could only be done on site, but now we have also implemented a pre-arrival check-in function. So you can put a link in the booking email saying, please check in here. That takes you to the waiver form, and customers can fill it out prior to their arrival, so that saves time on site. And then we also implemented a multi-page check-in. So rather than having a single page with lots of questions, customers can also answer one question per page, which makes a little bit more interactive, nicer experience for the customer, but also takes a little bit longer. So it depends a little bit on your organization and how you want to drive this. So then the interface to manage the check-in. So I showed you a little bit in the flight planner stuff, how you can like add on weights, etc. But we have now also been working on making this screen for non-aviation operators. And so currently it looks like this. It's not quite done yet, but there's a sneak preview. So kind of similar, but you can see all of the check-in details of the customer on the right-hand side. And you can also select your add-ons, etc. if you have any photo and video products that the customer takes. Good thing about this is you can add and remove questions yourself, which is quite nice. So you can just add on questions in there if you need to, take them off when you no longer require them, and set up alert rules for these as well. And you don't even need us to put these on there, so that's pretty nice. All right, on to ledger-based accounting. So some of you were in Carrie's presentation yesterday, but for those who weren't in there, I'm just going to summarize that functionality. So with our ledger-based accounting, previously, IBIS kind of acted as an accounts package itself. You could send emails, you could receive, you could send invoices, you could receive payments, etc. in IBIS, but we're now outsourcing that back to who does it best, and that's your general ledger package. So what we do, however, is we get all of the relevant data and export that out And we already sort it all out for you. If you set up all of your general ledger codes in IBIS, then it puts it straight away in the right departments in your general ledger. So this has also led to improved reporting. So we've got the trial balance report, which gives you a double entry ledger overview of your finances in IBIS. So this is actually a industry-leading functionality, so that's pretty cool. It also reports on revenue based on products and sale date, which was a little bit of a challenge beforehand. And it captures liability, so liability of your reservations, of your gift vouchers, and we're also adding on admissions to this as well. And then, we interface it with Xero, MYOB, SAP, and NetSuite. All right, and then we've got a few small improvements in point of sale. So for example, you can now apply dollar value promotions to items. So previously this was just percentage discounts, but now you can also do dollar ones. For the admission customers, we can now do bulk admission redemption. So that means you can scan in a sale ID and that scans all of the tickets on that sale straight away, rather than having to scan every single ticket individually. And then we also added customer accounts. So this gives you, this is a little bit like charging to account, but for a customer rather than an account in your system. So this allows you to charge and top up accounts, and you can set up this account either manually, or you can generate this if your customers check in. So as soon as someone has checked in, then you have a customer account for them basically that you can top up. So it's a transactional based account, so you can see here, you can see all the transactions that person has done, and so you can see the balance as well of that customer's account there. So yeah, you can charge this through POS and top it up. Oh, what was my last point there? RFID referencing. So what we're also going to be working on is putting in a reference field so that you can have RFID bands that launch this customer account in point of sale, for example. So for example, if you're walking around at a pool and you don't want to carry your wallet, and you've got an RFID band and you want to go get a gin and tonic, and you just scan that and have a good time. All right, and then lastly, some partner integrations. So as Erik mentioned in his talk yesterday, we do want to focus on getting you direct business to maximize your profitability. But we do, however, understand that that you want to be visible on some of these sites, and we have these current integrations. Maybe new to you are the ones that we added this year, which have been Adrenaline and Red Balloon. And then Livin from Flight Center is still in progress, but it both kind of in their court, so waiting on that. So I'll just really quickly take some questions if there are any.
Can you go back to the other slides so I can grab those integrations?
We'll send them all through, but okay. Well, hang on. There. Yeah?
When we're about the pre-arrival check-in, how much can I customise that? Say I wanted to use it for like consultation forms, would the system be able to understand that that booking under Hillary is for one facial and one massage and send to the correct consultation forms, or would it just be?
There's only one consultation form that you can send. Yeah, one check-in, basically.
I am looking at filtering questions by product, right? Okay. But they're the same for both in the same product.
It would be really, really useful for consultation forms, but obviously quite often they're for different treatments, so
yeah.
It's probably not at the moment possible. Different treatments.
Okay. Meanwhile, at IBIS headquarters, so besides all of the cool and fun features that you can see, we also do a lot of work in the background to keep systems running smoothly, and it does matter a lot of that, the time that we spend on doing those things. And so we do want to have you understand all of these things that we do as well. So about a third of our time is spent on features, a third of the time we spend on support, and another third of the time is all background stuff. So behind the scenes, here are some of those things that we've been doing. So system processes stability. So because we've added in so many more automated functions that take away jobs from your frontline staff, such as email communications, text messaging, but also the ledger, the number of processes going in your system have increased in volume and complexity. So this has led us to do some work on stabilizing all of this and making your system a lot more robust. So in order to create that or improve that stability, we needed to know what's actually happening in the background. So to troubleshoot any issues that could arise. And so this has actually also put us in a position where we can identify the issues before they become apparent to the user. So this created a great tool for us to act proactively rather than reactively if any issues arise. All right, e-commerce maintenance. So part of the logging is like improved analysis in e-commerce user behavior. So when something goes wrong and we can see like, oh, this customer closed this tab and then opened that tab and then did the transaction here and then there and screwed it up. That we can see a lot better now. Also browser updates and browser compatibility, as this walrus, don't know why it's a walrus, but says like 1 day to design and code, 6 days for compatibility testing. And that's true. Like we need to do, whenever we create something new, it takes ages to check with all of the different browsers that it works as expected on those. So a lot of time goes into that as well. And then the browser does an update and then suddenly something doesn't work anymore, and it's an ongoing circus. So Google Analytics updates, same thing there. So they do an update, breaks your analytics, that kind of thing. We work on that a lot. And privacy. So regarding that privacy, it's not just around legality reasons, but also the usability of your e-commerce for your customers, because now they can have their phones in automatic incognito settings, and that can have a lot of impacts on your user experience on your website. And then we've got our new application. So our new application, about half of you in this room are using it, I think. And I've put this in the behind the scenes section because it's mainly why we did this is because we wanted to remove old code in order to move forwards. So slowly but surely, we're getting rid of it all. And a new app replaces most of the setup screens. So these new setup screens, they are based on server-based updates. So what this means is like whenever we add a new field, we do a server update and it adds that new field in that screen for you rather than having to do a whole new application update. So what's new in the new application? So first of all, the icons and menu structure. So it looks a little bit fresher. The menu has been restructured a little bit. Now don't be scared, because if you can't find your screen, you can use a search function. And this is our new favorite thing, and we use it all the time. And we've also got links to online reports. So you open your online report simply from the menu, and it launches the correct report, basically. Also has changed a little bit are the user permissions. So user permissions, you're used to the user profile. So currently the IBIS Online access, all of your reporting access, is still managed through this user profile. However, the screens that you can see in the application, they are all based on user permissions. So currently when you move over to the new application, we will set up all of those user permissions for you. But hopefully soon you'll also be able to drive this yourself and say like whoever can see what screen, and you can do this on a user basis. So maybe 2 people in frontline have the same job, but one person can see this and another one can't. And so the setup screens, they have changed a bit, as I said before. And here's what one of those looks like. So nice thing about these is, well, they look a little bit cleaner, but they also, you can pull in all of your detail fields from the right-hand side. You can pull those into your, into the grid with a right-click function. As Savannah said, right-click it. And then you can filter and search and make bulk changes to all of your data in that screen. And then we've also split up, just a side note, we split up the items screen. So these are now more focused on what type of items you set up in there. So they only have the fields in those screens that you actually need for those particular items, rather than having everything in one. So how do you keep up to date? Well, we've got newsletters, we've got release notes. So the newsletters we send out and through your email, and release notes, they can show up on your IBIS logon page. So yeah, have a look on there whenever you feel curious if there's something new. And also, this is what I'm doing here right now. So we want to spend some more time trying to get out this stuff to you guys, because we realize that although we put it out there, people miss it. So another thing is also we can offer periodic customer reviews. So that means we sit down with you, take some time to talk to you, see if you're using everything that you can in IBIS, see if there's anything you can optimize, and see how you're going. Right. Are there any questions about that part? Cool. So talking a little bit about what is coming up. So this is probably the most exciting part of the whole conference, except for the food maybe. As Erik already said yesterday, he's gone through some of these that I'm going to say, but I'll just repeat some of those. And these also are things that we aspire to do. So some of these don't really have time frames per se, but some of them are already in progress or are definitely on the cards to be done. So starting with the longer term ones, business strategy, features to support direct business. So what we mean by that again is we want you to help achieve maximum profitability through driving direct business. So whether this is offering better deals online, more visible deals online, having an easy to use e-commerce platform for your customers, all of those things we want to just keep improving for you to drive that direct business. Using collective leverage of IBIS customers to shape the market. That's a mouthful. What does it mean? We want you guys to work together, and we want to facilitate that as well. So being able, for example, with all these pools that we have, they could get a Super Pools Pass, which gives them discount at all of the different pools, for example. So being able to package, combine, join your products to offer your customers better deals and basically drive that direct business. Control of API partners. So with the API partners, they currently, sometimes they put on a lot of requests onto your database. So what we've already been doing here is limiting how much they can request at once, because we have noticed that with some of the larger customers, when these API partners, and with these I mean your integrated partners, the booking agents, and they slow down the whole system basically as they're doing all of their requests, because they're getting a year of availability or so. So we've put, basically a bit of a, we call it throttling in place, which means that we're just limiting the amount of requests they can do per minute, basically. Another thing that we want to do is also so that you can set up cutoff times so that they have to book. You can only get live availability through those maybe 4 days in advance or 2 days in advance or so, so that they don't take your last minute spaces. Another thing is building relationships with your customers. So this is all to do with memberships. And yeah, what we want to do is basically combine all of the customer records in your system. So currently, when a customer books, it creates a new customer record every single time. So for some of the businesses that are more tourist driven, might not be so much of an issue. But for our businesses that have a lot of repeat customers, this becomes a little cumbersome if you have that many records. So these can merge as soon as the first name, last name, and email address are the same, so that you can gather more information about your customer. You can see when they've visited, you can see how many times, you can see how much they've spent, etc. So you have more information available about your customers. Simplifying the user interface. So this just kind of means like we'd like to make setting up a new product and new pricing just a little bit easier and better to use. So on the technology side, we've got cross-platform application. So, or in layman's terms, being able to run IBIS on Windows, Macs, or Linux, and it doesn't matter. It all works the same. So in this case, like user interface will be simple, have a cleaner look. You can think about applications such as Slack, but then of course with all of the IBIS functionality you're used to. Improved updating mechanisms. So we want to have a more simplified and automatic approach to application updates. So right now you have to click a button or put in a certain key to do an update. But we'd like to run those updates in the background so that the next time you log on, it just says like, hey, you've been updated and this is new. Another thing also is the ladder approach that Erik touched on yesterday. So if you want to update, you can go to the next tier basically. So if you want to be leading, you can be up there with all of the new features. And that means accepting change. So sometimes people, they're happy with what they have, but as soon as a new feature becomes available, they're going to have to accept change and go up that tier. Just a few communication strategies, and I'm now talking about our communication with you. So we want to create better visibility of what you can see, of our work in progress, so that you can see that we are working on things that matter to you. We also want maybe the ability to vote on features, so like what we've been doing here with this feature wall. Maybe we bring that to a more centralized platform, so that we can be assured that we work on things that everybody would like, and we make it collectively a better feature when we do develop it. We may also have a new knowledge base and support system coming up. This is due to some changes that our current one is making. And we have to go sometimes through a system change as well. So as a part of that, we want to have a look if we can get also a community forum involved in this, where you can ask questions and you can answer each other's questions and learn from each other. And finally, we want to strive to produce consistent information about all of the new stuff that we're putting out across all of our communication channels so that you always know where to go for the latest updates and stay up to date. All right. So roadmap. So I've got here short-term and medium-term. So these first two ones I'm going to go into in a little bit more detail after the rest of this slide. So I'm moving on with ledger improvements. So our ledger is relatively new, and you know, you can't do one thing right the first time you try it. So there's still little things that we're improving all the time. We do want to get most of these improvements done before the end of this financial year so that everybody can start the new year as clean as possible. We've also got a Windcave HIT integration going. So that's the different FPOS solution. Well, it's with Windcave, but you could use this with wireless FPOS terminals. So it's a little bit similar to some of you might be using Smart Connect, where it talks to each other through IP address rather than through a cable. And we've also got further check-in developments still coming to make it work for everybody involved. So medium term, so the rest of this year, we'd like to redo the booking screen and customer base screen. So these are all of your customer tour, what are the others called? The itinerary planner, managed tour, and also resource planner. So this is a huge piece of development because the booking screen is used by everybody basically, and everybody has different uses for it, and we want to make it work for everyone, of course. So this is something, that we definitely want to get done, also so that we can move forward and create something that is more simple to use. So it will all be around preserving unique customer records. So rather than just adding a customer when you make a new booking, you search for that customer first to see if they exist in your system. So this will help also limit that duplication of customer records. And it also will be based around the current itinerary of that customer so that you can book multiple products within your system, combine them, package them, provide better deals, and then send an email containing all of the information for them. Also, the default view of this screen will be what we call pancaked. So what that means, instead of seeing all of your different components in that booking and all of the options, you see it a little bit more like what the customer sees online on your e-commerce. You see the options that you can book, it just has the price without all of the stuff in the background. Of course, you will be able to see that as well if you need to, but it just makes it a little easier for the frontline user to use. And then finally, the mobile operator interface. So we've started working on this already a little bit. So this is for those operators that use, that are not always in front of their computer, and they might be walking around with a tablet, they might be driving, etc. And so we want to improve that interface that we already have to make bookings and take payments and manage your availability. So then going on to those two things that we have been working on. And this first one is our membership module. So having a membership base has become more and more important as we focus on domestic and local tourism. And as you heard in Merryn's success story, it really works. So we're focusing on bringing this membership functionality more online so that your customers can purchase, manage, top up your memberships on your e-commerce site. And they can also then purchase tickets, make bookings, etc. with their discounts that are linked to their membership. So as you can see, we've already been working on this a little bit. There's a login page and everything. So, and this functionality is going to be available soon.
Linde,
yeah.
does that then link to their customer account?
Yeah.
Cool. So I recall that.
Dynamic promotions on e-commerce. I think we've probably talked about this, but I'm going to talk about it again. So it is a functionality that's going to allow you to set up promotions and have them visible on your e-commerce without having the customer needing to apply a code in the cart. So this might solve some of those things that Puna Taimoana also has, which we talked about yesterday, is like, or today, I don't remember, is where the customer doesn't know where to put in the promo code, for example. So you can have multiple promotions going at once, and then the best promotion is displayed. So don't know if you can really see it, but for example, some of these are early bird deals for $20, and then there's a couple of online specials with a 10% discount. So, and then when they get to the next page, they can obviously see that a discount is being applied here and at the bottom here as well. And that's what Dave really likes. So I'm sure he'll approve of this. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be available on your e-commerce in the next few weeks. So get your promotions ready. The end.
I'd also like to, of course, thank our guest speakers, Sue Parcell. I've got to say that right. Apparently, one of her jobs, her nickname was Supercell, the never-ending battery. Jack Warrington from MB, Dave Hockley with Data Story, the guy, hey, I loved him, he couldn't sell himself. The best sales guy who couldn't sell himself. And Hayley Galvin from Anderson Lloyd, which is brilliant. I think, we could have asked you a whole hour of questions. It was such a topical thing. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Daniel from Wind Cave, and while we've been here, actually wheels have been turning in the background, and we've fixed one of the problems we were having with ZipPay. Technical, but you'll be happy. Also, Letitia from Yonder, excellent. She was there. Excellent to have you here. And also, actually, the wheels have been turning on that in the background. We completed one of the API integrations for them, which allows them to send follow-up emails and also questionnaires integrated within those emails.
I'll answer any privacy questions.
Yeah, and I think she knows privacy very well, but we've all got to digest a bit of stuff today. Also, Adam Wilson from Marsh. I know Adam, every conversation we had here was actually about the outdoors and climbing mountains and going running. I know him for that, and there's another project I'm involved in where we had an insurance requirement, and Adam was brilliant to deal with, and he's one of these guys who's, I'm always scared of the insurance industry. It's terrifying, but Adam is actually a guy who I would trust. He's not trying to oversell you, he's trying to get it right. It's excellent. Also, thank you for Southern Discoveries for shepherding us around last night. KJet for their wonderful facility. It's the first time I'd visited it. I liked it. It was simple, it was clean. I can think of some of the old booking offices 30 years ago in Queenstown, and they were kind of like little dungeons in comparison. And also the Ramada Hotel here. So just for me, a couple of highlights. I think one of the highlights for me actually was giving Greg his award last night. Greg is visually impaired, as you would have noticed. We've worked with him, it must be at least 15 years, if not longer. And I've known Greg that long. He's been an inspiration to work with. And more than once in the office, someone's got off the phone and said, Greg's just made my day. How can I feel bad about myself when, this guy's losing his sight? And, I can see my problems. He can't. And so that was one of the highlights for me, was giving the award to Greg. The other highlight for me were the customer stories. I really enjoyed them. I could listen to them all day. And it is, these things are an adventure. We get together with you as companies, and as I'm going to say it wrong, Puna, Taimoana, said, we were your most difficult customer, and I said, well, it's actually you're all kind of difficult, but it's all because you know, it's that whole meshing problem. You know, you're all trying to work out who each other is, and I think for me, as far as running a company as well, you've probably understood some of our values and what's important. And what's important to me is that, you know, if any time in the future if I bumped into you socially on the street, we would always be friends. We would always respect and value each other. And that, you know, given the choice between a brand new Tesla and a whole lot of money, or actually having people that are of value and I respect, that's the one that's more important to me. So, as I said, we'll be following up with, you know, there's a lot to follow up from this. We're trying to work out what to do next. We'll definitely be having focus groups. Whether we, you know, just pull together focus groups and make this an every 2-year event or something, or whether we're, you know, bold enough to make it every year, I'm not sure. It you know, took a lot of organisation. But yeah, I'd like to say I'm incredibly pleased with the results. It was an idea that came out of John and Anne Louise, and I was like, you're going to do what? So I was like, I've got a list of 1,000 problems to solve, and it's going to come up here and chop my fingers off. And I must say, I've been incredibly flattered by the response. You know, there's things to tackle like Book Me, but equally it's an amazing group of people to tackle with. So I'd like to say thank you for all of you, the people that have travelled, your positive attitudes, your forwards view, and yeah, it's been wonderful and it's been great getting to know you. And definitely, you know, I'll be returning to the office next week with being more inspired than I've been for a long time. So thank you everyone.